What if the gods of ancient Egypt still whisper their secrets in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reclaim their power? In the dusky twilight of a forgotten temple, the air crackles with energy, heavy with untold stories. Dust motes dance like lost souls in the fading light, and the scent of incense wraps around the stone walls like a lover's embrace. Every corner of this sacred space seems to pulse with an otherworldly heartbeat, as if the very stones are alive, holding their breath for what is to come. A flicker in the darkness, a shadow shifting across the altar, sets the heart racing. The flickering flames of a solitary candle cast ghostly silhouettes, and suddenly, the temple feels less like a relic of the past and more like a trap waiting to be sprung. Here, where time has folded in on itself, secrets teeter on the edge of revelation. A crackling whisper lingers, promising discovery or doom. Is it the wind, or something far more sinister? Outside, a storm brews on the horizon, its thunder echoing like the footsteps of a forgotten army. The air is electric, charged with anticipation, as if the ancient gods themselves conspire to awaken. A young scholar, driven by obsession, stumbles upon a scroll, its papyrus barely holding together the weight of its secrets. The words inscribed there tell of a long-lost ritual, one that could summon the powers of Ra or invoke the wrath of Set. Yet, with every line, the scholar feels the pull of destiny, a choice that could change the fabric of reality itself. What price will be paid for knowledge that was meant to remain buried? As the first drops of rain begin to fall, each one a harbinger of chaos, the scholar feels a chill crawl up their spine. The temple's guardian spirits stir, awakening from slumber to reclaim their domain. Will the scholar wield their knowledge as a weapon, or succumb to the very darkness they seek to illuminate? As ancient incantations whisper through the cracked stones, the line between power and peril blurs, threatening to engulf everything in its path. In a world where the gods once walked among mortals, their symbols, Anubis, Isis, and Osiris, are more than mere hieroglyphs. They pulse with life, demanding acknowledgement, and they wait, hungry for a new vessel. As the storm rages outside, a single thought pierces through the cacophony. Every choice has consequences. As the scholar's fingers brush the scroll, they unlock not just the words of the ancients, but the very fate of their world. Time is running out. Ancient forces awaken, and the veil between the living and the dead thins. Can one heart withstand the weight of 1,000 souls? The answer lies hidden in the shadows, where magic lingers and the ancient gods still reign. The storm grows fierce, and with it, the promise of revelation or ruin. In that moment, history is not just something to study. It becomes a living entity, breathing down the neck of those brave enough to seek the truth. In a dimly lit room of a long-forgotten temple, shadows danced across the walls, flickering as if alive. The air crackled with an energy that whispered of ancient rites and powerful incantations. It was here, beneath the watchful gaze of carved deities, that the echoes of Egyptian magic first stirred, captivating the hearts and minds of those who sought to bridge the chasm between the mortal and the divine. Long before the pyramids cast their monumental shadows over the sands, the seeds of magic were planted in the fertile soil of the Nile Valley. The people of this vibrant land looked to the heavens, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature. As the sun rose, pouring golden light over the horizon, they marveled at its warmth and brilliance. This celestial fire was not merely a star, it was Ra, the sun god, whose daily journey across the sky was an eternal cycle of life and rebirth. The Egyptians felt a magnetic pull toward this divine energy, believing that it held the key to their existence. In the heart of their civilization, magic was woven into everyday life. It was as common as the scent of incense wafting through the air, as vital as the life-giving waters of the Nile. The ancient people believed that the world was alive with spirits, and every rock, river, and flower had its own soul. They called upon these spirits, seeking blessings and protection. This connection to the unseen was not born from fear, but from reverence, a profound respect for the forces that governed their lives. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the sands, the Egyptians gathered around flickering fires. With hushed voices they spoke the names of their gods: Osiris, the lord of the afterlife; Isis, the nurturing mother; and Set, the embodiment of chaos. Each name was a spell, a bridge to the divine, and with every utterance they invoked a power that surged through the air like electricity. Their rituals were filled with emotion, joy, fear, love, and sorrow intertwined in a tapestry of devotion. It was here that the first spells were formed, crafted from the very essence of their beliefs. In the rich tapestry of Egyptian life, magic became a crucial thread. The priests, custodians of sacred knowledge, held the keys to these ancient secrets. Clad in linen, their heads adorned with the symbols of their gods, they stood at the crossroads of the earthly and the divine. They knew how to harness the power of words, of gestures, and of objects imbued with meaning. A simple stone could be transformed into a talisman, a tool of protection against the unseen forces that lurked in the shadows. The Book of the Dead, a guide for the soul's journey through the afterlife, emerged as one of the most profound expressions of this magical belief system. It was not merely a text, but a collection of spells designed to navigate the treacherous landscapes of the underworld. Each incantation was a lifeline, a whisper of hope that echoed through the ages. The dead were not lost. They were simply on another journey, and the living were determined to ensure their safe passage. As centuries flowed like the Nile itself, magic evolved. The Greeks, intrigued by the mysteries of this ancient civilization, introduced new elements. Philosophy, astrology, and alchemy mingled with the practices of the Egyptians. This cross-cultural exchange sparked an intellectual explosion, illuminating the minds of scholars and magicians alike. The great city of Alexandria became a melting pot of knowledge, where scrolls filled with both Greek and Egyptian wisdom were cherished and revered. But with this newfound knowledge came challenges. Power struggles ensued, shifting the balance between magic and religion. Some sought to monopolize the sacred practices, while others rebelled against the constraints of dogma. The tension crackled like a storm on the horizon. The ancient ways faced trials, yet the allure of magic remained as potent as ever, drawing seekers who yearned to tap into the divine forces that danced at the edge of reality. Amidst the turmoil, a figure emerged: Horus, the falcon-headed god, a symbol of kingship and protection. His story was one of struggle and triumph, reflecting the very essence of Egyptian life. With each story told, emotions swelled. The heart beat faster at the thought of battles fought, of light triumphing over darkness. This mythic narrative encapsulated the spirit of Egyptian magic, for it was not just about spells and incantations, but about resilience, hope, and the eternal struggle for balance. As the sun set on yet another day in ancient Egypt, casting a warm glow over the land, the art of magic continued to flourish. In the quiet moments when the world held its breath, one could feel the pulse of a civilization that was unafraid to seek the extraordinary. The ancient magicians understood a fundamental truth. Magic was not merely a tool, but a dance with the divine. An acknowledgement of the unseen forces that shaped their reality. And so the dance went on, a rhythm that echoed through the corridors of time, binding the living and the dead, the mortal and the divine. As the winds whispered through the temples and the stars twinkled above, the ancient Egyptians dreamed of a world where magic and reality intertwined. A world where the power of the past would forever shape the present. Each flicker of firelight held a promise, a call to those who dared to listen. The shadows deepened, and the air thickened with potential, hinting at the next chapter in this timeless saga of Egyptian magic, where the veil between worlds grew ever thinner, and the spirit of the ancients surged anew. In a dimly lit room, Shadows danced upon the walls as flickering candle flames cast an eerie glow. A young apprentice, eyes wide with wonder, clutched an ancient tome that whispered secrets of a world unseen. The air crackled with anticipation, a tension that sparked like lightning in the stillness. Magic, he understood, was not merely a tool or a trick. It was a living force, a duality that could bring both creation and destruction. The weight of this knowledge hung heavy in the air, hinting at the thrill of discovery and the peril of missteps. Throughout history, magic has always walked a tightrope between the tangible and the ethereal. Practitioners of the arcane arts understood that to wield power, one had to respect its nature. For magic was both an ally and an adversary. In the bustling streets of ancient Egypt, priests invoked the gods, drawing on the forces of the universe to heal and protect. Their rituals were elaborate, filled with sacred symbols and solemn chants. Here, magic was practical, deeply intertwined with the daily lives of the people. A simple healing spell could mend broken bones as easily as a priest could bless the Nile, ensuring the river's bounty would sustain the land. But in the quiet corners of a forgotten library, scholars debated the theoretical aspects of magic. They penned treatises filled with philosophical musings on the essence of reality and existence. Were spells mere illusions crafted from the mind, or did they tap into an underlying truth of the universe? These thinkers saw magic as an abstract concept, a puzzle to be solved rather than a force to be wielded. The tension between the practical and the theoretical simmered like a cauldron, threatening to boil over into chaos. In medieval Europe, this duality manifested in vivid ways. Alchemists toiled in dimly lit laboratories searching for the philosopher's stone, a legendary substance said to turn lead into gold. They mixed strange ingredients, whispering incantations as they sought to unlock the secrets of creation itself. Their practical experiments were fraught with danger. A single miscalculation could lead to catastrophic explosions or toxic fumes. Yet, on another level, their pursuits were deeply philosophical. They believed that by transforming base metals, they could also transform their souls, achieving enlightenment through their labor. The fire of their furnaces mirrored the fire of their aspirations. However, not all was innocent in this quest for knowledge. In the shadowy corners of history, dark magic lurked, promising power but exacting a heavy price. The witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries cast a pall over Europe as fear swept through villages and towns. The practical nature of magic fell away, leaving behind a distorted perception where the theoretical merged with the terrifying. Accusations flew like arrows, and the line between healer and harbinger of doom blurred. In the throes of paranoia, communities turned on one another, casting out those who dared to practice the ancient arts. The once revered healer became a scapegoat, their healing potions twisted into poison by the fear of the unknown. Across the ocean, the indigenous peoples of the Americas held on to their own traditions, where magic was woven into the fabric of existence. Shamans connected with the spirits of the land, invoking their power for protection, guidance, and healing. Their practices were grounded in the real world, drawing from the earth's bounty and the wisdom of their ancestors. Yet, their understanding of magic was also layered with profound theoretical insights. They perceived an intricate balance that governed all life. The wind, the water, and the earth each held a spirit that could be called upon, and the consequences of disrupting this balance were dire. As the lines of practical and theoretical magic blurred, whispers of ancient texts began to surface in the hidden alcoves of libraries and universities. Figures like Paracelsus challenged the norms of their time, blending science and magic into a potent mixture. They sought to prove that the laws of nature were intertwined with the mysteries of the mystical. Their assertions ignited flames of inquiry and rejection, as the rigid boundaries of the past began to crack under the pressure of creative thought. The sparks of their debates illuminated the dark corners of ignorance. Yet they also brought danger, as traditionalists clung fiercely to their beliefs. With each passing age, the tension of magic's dual nature echoed throughout the annals of history. The rise of the Enlightenment brought with it a skepticism that threatened to drown the ancient practices in a tide of rationality. Theoretical discussions flourished in salons and lecture halls, reducing the awe of magic to mere metaphor and symbolism. Yet, in the depths of the forests, beneath the moonlit sky, practitioners held on to their rituals, their hearts believing in the power that pulses through the fabric of the universe. They knew, in their bones, that the spark of magic could ignite not just the mind but the spirit itself. In the modern era, this legacy continues to unfold. The streets hum with energy as new practitioners emerge, some using technology to enhance their craft, while others return to age-old methods, grounding themselves in the simplicity of nature. The dance between practical and theoretical remains as vibrant as ever. Workshops filled with eager students ring with laughter, the crackle of energy palpable as they learn not just spells, but the philosophy behind them. Each incantation becomes a thread in the tapestry of their understanding, creating a rich narrative that blends emotion with intellect. But as the young apprentice closes the ancient tome, a shiver runs down his spine. The candle flames flicker wildly, as if in warning. He senses that he is teetering on the edge of a precipice, where the balance of magic's dual nature could shift with a single misstep. The world around him hums with possibility and danger, and he can almost feel the weight of history pressing in, urging him to tread carefully. The next revelation waits just beyond the door, a new chapter in a story that has no end, demanding to be explored as the shadows beckon him forward into the unknown. The heavy air of ancient Egypt was thick with the weight of belief in magic, a tapestry woven from whispers of gods and the echoing footsteps of pharaohs. Beneath the shadow of the Great Pyramid, beneath layers of stone that seemed to pulse with energy, lay a treasure trove of texts that spoke of life, death, and the afterlife, a guide for souls navigating the treacherous waters of existence. This was the world of the pyramid texts, a sacred heritage that stretched back over 4,000 years, filled with incantations and prayers, each word a lifeline thrown to the departed, inviting them to rise from the darkness of the grave. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky turned to burning orange and deep purple, casting long shadows across the desert floor. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the very gods were listening, ready to answer the prayers of those who dared to read the ancient scripts. The pyramid texts, etched into the stone walls of royal burial chambers, were not mere decorations. They were potent spells, designed to ensure the safe passage of the deceased into the afterlife. Each phrase was a key, unlocking doors to realms unseen, where the spirit would engage in eternal feasting and joy, sitting at the table of Osiris, the god of the underworld. Among these texts, one couldn't help but feel the pulse of history. As the candlelight flickered against the rough surfaces of the tomb, the inscriptions came alive, speaking in hushed tones of resurrection and transformation. "May you rise like the sun," one line read, a promise that echoed through time. The ancient Egyptians believed in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, and these sacred texts were an affirmation of their faith. They believed that with the right words the deceased could become one with the divine, transcending the mortal realm. As the tomb's cool air enveloped them, minds raced with visions of the past. Pharaohs and queens, adorned with golden crowns and rich robes, lay in rest, surrounded by the offerings of their loyal subjects. The texts were rich with imagery, snakes coiled protectively, the great river Nile flowing eternally, and the sky goddess Nut arching over the world, her body a canopy of stars. Each character was a brushstroke on the canvas of eternity, painting the aspirations and fears of a civilization that revered the sacredness of life beyond the grave. But the pyramid texts were just the beginning, the foundation upon which a vast library of magic would rise. As centuries flowed like the Nile, new texts emerged, each expanding on the ideas of immortality and divine favor. The coffin texts followed, transforming the intimate space of the coffin into a sanctuary of spells. Here, the magic became more personal, tailored to the individual, a reflection of the unique journey each soul must take. The language shifted, adapting to the concerns of a growing populace that sought assurance in a world filled with uncertainty. In the dim light of a small room, a scribe hunched over papyrus, his fingers stained with ink, transcribing these sacred words. The air was thick with the scent of reeds and the sound of scratching quills. He poured his heart into the script, believing that every stroke of the pen could alter destinies. As he wrote, he imagined the souls who would read these texts, the silent hopes and fears trapped in the confines of their hearts. Would they find peace in the afterlife? Would they conquer the darkness that threatened to engulf them? But not all was serene. The ancient world was fraught with danger. Demons lurked in the shadows, and the chaos of the underworld beckoned. The Book of the Dead rose from the ashes of earlier traditions, a comprehensive guide that transformed fear into a roadmap through the afterlife. This remarkable collection of spells and prayers addressed the worries of the living and the dead alike. It became an essential companion, providing instructions on how to navigate the perils of the underworld, how to speak the names of gods, and how to appease the guardians who stood watch. As dawn broke, casting golden rays across the sand, the power of these words resonated with an almost palpable energy. Families gathered to honor their loved ones, reciting incantations that echoed through the ages. The Book of the Dead was not merely a book, it was a lifeline, a promise of protection. The air was electric with emotion, filled with the tears of the bereaved and the laughter of those who believed in reunion. The Egyptians understood that the cycle of life was not merely an end but a transformation, a passage through which the soul could thrive. With each generation, the texts evolved, adapting to the shifting sands of belief and culture. Magic remained a constant, a thread binding the people to the divine. The spells, now more than just words, became rituals, performed in sacred spaces, whispered during quiet moments, and shouted in times of desperation. They were invoked in homes, in temples, and beside the graves of the departed. The belief that words had the power to shape reality was an unyielding force, echoing through the annals of time. In the midst of it all, one could sense the heartbeat of a civilization, a palpable connection to the divine. Those who read these texts, who uttered the incantations, believed they could stand side by side with the gods. The emotional resonance of these ancient teachings lingered in the air. Hope, fear, love, and the unbreakable human desire for immortality. As the sun began to set once more, bathing the world in a soft glow, the stories of the pyramid texts and their successors swirled like a gentle breeze, inviting all to partake in the magic that had shaped lives for millennia. They beckoned, whispering promises of adventure in the afterlife, daring the brave and the curious to continue the journey through the sacred and the mysterious, where every heartbeat echoed the eternal call of the divine. The sun began to set over the Nile, casting a golden hue that danced on the water's surface, igniting whispers of magic in the air. Legends flowed through the banks of the river like the currents themselves, alive with the power of gods and goddesses who watched over the land. As twilight settled, ancient rituals came alive, summoning the divine to intervene in the affairs of mortals. The air thickened with anticipation, a palpable reminder that in this world, the divine and the mortal were intertwined. At the center of these ancient beliefs was the iconic figure of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. His green skin, a symbol of rebirth and fertility, struck fear and reverence into the hearts of the people. They believed that Osiris, once a mortal king, was betrayed but rose again, a testament to the cycle of life and death. The priests would gather by the riverbank, their voices echoing prayers into the horizon, invoking Osiris's power to bless the crops and ensure a bountiful harvest. The air buzzed with energy as offerings of grain and wine were presented, a sacred communion between humanity and the divine. Isis, Osiris's wife and the goddess of magic, stood as a beacon of hope. Her protective nature was woven into every spell and incantation. Women whispered her name in their homes, calling upon her to safeguard their families. In the flickering candlelight, they crafted amulets, inscribed with symbols of protection, as they chanted prayers. The mere mention of her name sent shivers down their spines, as they believed Isis walked among them, a guardian against dark forces. The depth of her love for Osiris transformed grief into power, as she used her magic to resurrect him, revealing the profound connection between love and loss, creation and destruction. As the priests moved deeper into their rituals, the air grew heavy with incense and the scent of burning herbs. A hush fell over the gathering as they called upon Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing. His ibis-headed form loomed large in the minds of those present, embodying the deeper knowledge of spells and curses. The sound of quills scratching against papyrus filled the sacred space, as priests penned intricate designs that would harness Thoth's wisdom. In their hearts, they felt the weight of every word. A true spell could bend reality, altering destinies and shaping futures. The magic was tangible, a force that could protect or destroy. But not all deities were kind. The dark underbelly of the Nile's mythology revealed the fierce wrath of Set, the god of chaos. His stormy temperament and cunning nature sent chills through the hearts of the faithful. They remembered tales of Set's betrayal, his jealousy fueling a vendetta that shattered the peace of the realm. To invoke Set's name was to tread a treacherous path. His magic could bring turmoil, and offerings of blood were often required to appease his insatiable hunger. The priests would throw silver into the rushing waters, a desperate attempt to calm his fury, hoping to ward off the disasters he could unleash. In the depth of night, when shadows danced along the banks, the people told stories of Hathor, the goddess of love and joy. Her beauty was said to radiate like the sun, her laughter echoing off the walls of temples. She was the embodiment of all that was good: music, dance, and the nurturing spirit of motherhood. During festivals, the Nile would come alive with her presence. The sound of drums beat like a heart, drawing everyone into a celebration of life. Laughter intertwined with prayer as they offered flowers and sweet wine, inviting Hathor to bless their unions and give life to new beginnings. In her embrace, the sorrow of the world melted away, leaving behind the pure joy of existence. But as the night deepened, so did the complexities of the divine. There lay the goddess May-At, the embodiment of truth and order, a guiding star in the chaotic realm of gods. Her feather, the symbol of balance, was placed on the scales during judgment in the afterlife, determining the fate of each soul. The people felt the weight of morality in her presence, knowing that their deeds would be weighed against her feather. Mayet's influence extended beyond death. She was the compass that guided daily life, the reason for honesty and justice in a world often shrouded in deceit. As the flickering torches cast long shadows, the priests invoked all these deities, chanting incantations that swirled through the air like an ancient spell. The Nile, a living testament to their power, reflected their stories. They believed that the deities were not distant. They walked beside them, lending their strength to every act of magic. A sudden gust of wind rustled the papyrus reeds, a reminder that the gods were listening, their presence felt in every breath of the night. As the rituals reached their climax, a hush fell once more. The air shimmered with expectancy as the people stood on the precipice of the unknown. Would their prayers be answered? Would the gods lend their might to shield them from the chaos of life? Every heart swelled with hope and fear, creating a tension that bound them all together. Each gaze turned toward the shimmering waters where reflections of the gods seemed to dance just beneath the surface, inviting them to witness the intertwining of fate and magic. In that moment, the Nile became more than a river. It was a pathway to the divine, a bridge between mortals and gods. The stories they told, the magic they cast, and the offerings they made were all threads in a vast tapestry of existence. Each deity played a role, whether as protector, destroyer, or nurturer, and the people understood that their lives were shaped by these powerful forces. As the night deepened, the realization washed over them, igniting a spark of understanding that magic was not just an act. It was a lifeline, binding them to the very essence of the universe itself. With hearts pounding and spirits soaring, the people prepared for the next phase of their lives, where the boundary between mortal and divine would blur even further. The mysteries of the unseen were theirs to navigate, and the night was ripe with promise. The Nile would soon wash them into realms unknown, where the gods would continue to weave their magic, forever entwined with the fate of humanity. In ancient Egypt, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the golden sands. The air was thick with anticipation, as every soul in the bustling marketplace felt the weight of the unseen. Each merchant, every child playing in the dust, was part of a grand tapestry woven together by the invisible threads of Ma'at. It pulsed through their lives, a constant reminder of balance, truth, and the unyielding order that governed the universe. Ma'at was not merely a concept, it was a goddess, a force so integral that without it, chaos would seep through the cracks of Egyptian society like a flood. People whispered her name with reverence. When they woke at dawn, they sought to align their hearts with her principles. The scales of justice, depicted in the Hall of Judgment, stood as a symbol of her dominion, where the heart of the deceased was weighed against a single feather, a representation of her truth. What a haunting image it was to think that the fate of a soul rested on such delicate equilibrium. On the shores of the Nile, one could feel the pulse of Mat in every ripple. Fishermen cast their nets, knowing that their catch was not merely a matter of skill, but a blessing bestowed by the balance of nature. Their prayers to the goddess mirrored the ebb and flow of the river, the rise and fall of the sun, and the seasons that governed their lives. Every harvest, every birth, was a testimony to her order, a sacred promise that life thrived when harmony reigned. But lurking behind this facade of stability were tensions, unseen struggles. A young scribe named Kemet, with ink-stained fingers and dreams larger than the pyramids, felt the weight of Mayat pressing upon his heart. He scribbled notes about the stars and the laws of men, yet he was haunted by rumors of corruption creeping into the courts of the pharaoh. Whispers of greed and betrayal reached his ears, filling him with dread. How could Ma'at survive in a world where truth was being twisted, where the balance was teetering on the brink? One fateful evening, as the sky turned a deep shade of indigo, Kemet stood at the edge of the Nile, watching the moon's reflection shimmer like a silver coin. It echoed a truth he couldn't ignore. Every action had a consequence. The people of Egypt had to remember the power of Ma'at, not just in their rituals, but in their everyday lives. His heart raced as he resolved to write a scroll that would awaken the spirit of Ma'at in his people, reigniting their understanding of order, truth, and cosmic balance. As he returned to his humble chamber, the flickering oil lamp illuminated ancient texts piled high around him. Each word he penned was a prayer, a call to arms against the encroaching shadows of chaos. His quill danced on the papyrus, weaving tales of heroes and the weight of justice. Kemet believed in the power of the written word, envisioning it as a bridge to Ma'at. Would his words spark a movement that could shift the tide? Could they remind even the most hardened hearts of the beauty and balance? Meanwhile, in the sprawling palace of the pharaoh, the weight of power pressed heavily on the ruler's shoulders. The throne room, draped in finery, felt suffocating, a golden cage. The pharaoh, adorned in a crown that glimmered like the sun, was torn between his desires and the principles of Ma'at. His advisers, whispering sweet words of ambition, offered paths paved with gold but laced with deceit. The balance was shifting, and he could feel it in his bones. The air crackled with tension as he envisioned the consequences of abandoning Ma'at. Would he become just another ruler, lost to the chaos of his choices? The echoes of Kemet's words began to spread like wildfire, igniting conversations in the taverns and market stalls. People gathered, their voices a chorus of hope and despair, echoing the ancient principles that once guided their ancestors. They spoke of the time when the land flourished, when truth bound them together. With each tale shared, the spirit of Ma'at began to breathe life back into their hearts, stirring a forgotten love for the order that defined their existence. As the days turned into weeks, the tension reached a boiling point. Kemet found himself standing before the pharaoh, trembling yet resolute. The grand hall was filled with an assembly of nobles and commoners alike, the flickering torches casting shadows that danced like spirits. Kemet's heart raced as he spoke of truth, urging the ruler to return to the tenets of Ma'at, to remember the delicate balance that held their world together. His voice quivered with passion, carrying the hopes of a people yearning for justice. The pharaoh's gaze pierced through the room, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Kemet could see the struggle within, the battle between ambition and the greater good. The air thickened, a tangible tension binding everyone in that moment, as if even the gods above held their breath. Would he embrace the principles of Ma'at, or would he succumb to the seductive whispers of chaos? With one final plea, Kemet invoked the goddess, his voice rising above the murmurs. He spoke not only for himself, but for every heart that yearned for truth. The moment felt suspended in time, the weight of centuries pressing down like the sands of the desert. The room quaked with potential, a fragile balance teetering on the edge of decision. Would they be the architects of their fate, or the victims of their choices? As the pharaoh stood, the weight of Ma'at hung in the air, ready to shape the course of history. The people leaned forward, breathless with anticipation, united in their hope. The tension was electric, a moment pregnant with possibility, where order, truth, and cosmic balance stood at a crossroads. In that charged silence, the future of Egypt trembled on the edge of a feather, waiting for a single heartbeat to tip the scales, an ending that was yet to unfold, drawing them all deeper into the enigmatic embrace of Ma'at. The air shimmered with an unexplainable tension as the flickering candlelight danced across the walls of the dimly lit chamber. Shadows twisted and turned, whispering secrets only the brave dared to decipher. In the center of the room, a worn wooden table bore a collection of remarkable objects, each telling tales of power and ancient history. Wands lay scattered like forgotten dreams, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that glimmered in the soft light. One wand, in particular, stood out. Carved from the wood of a rare elder tree, it pulsed with an energy that felt almost alive. Legends spoke of its ability to conjure storms, to summon rain when the earth was parched, and to ignite flames with a mere flick. But it was not just the power that captivated the heart. It was the stories buried deep within the fibers of that wood. This was no ordinary wand. It had belonged to a powerful sorceress whose name was etched in the annals of history. In the shadows, an amulet lay waiting, its surface glinting like a fallen star. Crafted from the purest silver, it hung from a delicate chain, whispering promises of protection and guidance. This talisman had been worn by warriors who ventured into battle, its magic shielding them from harm. With each pulse of energy, it recalled the bravery of those who had clasped it close to their hearts. The amulet's power was said to be bound by the blood of its wearer, creating an unbreakable link that transcended time and space. It yearned for a connection, a recognition of its legacy, echoing the silent cries of those long gone. Then there were the ritual objects, each one an extension of the sorcerer's will. A chalice, now tarnished with age, had once held the finest wine during sacred ceremonies, each sip a communion between the earthly realm and the divine. Its history was layered with passion and sorrow, as it witnessed the rise and fall of empires. the unbreakable bonds forged in the fires of love and betrayal. The chalice carried with it the weight of 1,000 prayers, and in the right hands it could bridge the gap between the living and the lost. One couldn't help but imagine how the sorceress wielded her wand, the confidence radiating from her fingertips as she commanded the elements. Was it joy she felt when her spells took flight, or was it the haunting awareness of the power she possessed? Perhaps it was a mix of both, an intoxicating blend that surged through her veins as she danced between worlds. The tales of her triumphs echoed in the very air, a reminder of the strength that came from wielding such magical tools. But with power came sacrifice. The amulet, once a guardian of its bearer, had seen its share of tragedies. Countless souls had clasped it tightly, believing it would safeguard them in their darkest moments. And yet history told of betrayals, of moments when the amulet could do nothing but watch as fate unfolded. Its once bright sheen dulled with every loss, forever marked by the grief of those it could not save. The chamber felt heavy with the weight of these artifacts, each one a heartbeat in a world long since past. They were not just tools, they were vessels of emotion, resonating with the echoes of laughter, tears, and the fleeting nature of time. The room thrummed with an energy that could be felt by anyone who dared to draw near, a testament to the lives that intertwined around these magical implements. With a sudden crackle, the air shifted, and the flickering flames of the candles became restless. The wand seemed to pulse with life, its energy vibrating in sync with the heartbeat of the room. It beckoned to unseen spirits, calling forth the wisdom of those who had come before. The air thickened with anticipation, and the shadows deepened, cloaking the room in an even more profound mystery. The amulet swayed slightly as if responding to the wand's call, its silver glint catching the candlelight in a dazzling display. It was an invitation to remember, to honor the legacy of those who had held it close. The air turned electric, charged with the promise of revelations yet to come, as if the very walls were leaning in to listen. In that moment, the chalice began to resonate, its surface shimmering with the unspoken stories of love and loss. It seemed to draw the attention of the other objects, as if each were vying for a moment of recognition, a remembrance of their past glories. The chamber thrummed with a symphony of energy, a beautiful chaos that threatened to spill over. As the shadows danced, the essence of the sorceress filled the room, her laughter mingling with the cracks of thunder outside. She had wielded her wand with grace, her amulet tight against her heart, and the chalice ever at her side during rituals that changed the course of history. The echoes of her spirit lingered, a testament to the power of belief and the weight of legacy. In the far corner of the chamber, a scroll lay partially unrolled, its parchment fragile and yellowed with age. Each inscription told of rituals long forgotten, the sacred words inscribed with ink made from the crushed petals of rare flowers. As one approached, the scroll seemed to whisper, urging the seeker to listen closely, to understand the true nature of magic as it had been understood through the ages. The objects seemed to pulse with energy, as if they were waiting for the right hands to awaken their potential once more. The air was thick with possibilities, a bittersweet reminder that magic was both a blessing and a curse. The artifacts held a history that could not be rewritten, their legacy forever intertwined with the lives of those who had come before. And in that moment, the candles flickered again, casting long shadows that danced like spirits entwined in an eternal waltz. The heart raced, caught in the tension between the past and the present, between the known and the unknown. What would happen next? What stories were about to unfold? Each artifact pulsed with unfulfilled potential, a promise of adventure waiting just beyond the horizon. The air crackled with anticipation, daring anyone to reach out, to grasp that which had long been forgotten. The flickering torchlight danced across the ancient stone walls, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of a long-lost world. Hieroglyphs, each one an intricate testament to the minds that crafted them, glowed faintly under the dim light. They weren't just symbols. They were powerful messages imbued with magic, waiting to be interpreted. The air crackled with the weight of untold stories, each stroke of the chisel echoing the hopes, fears, and dreams of a civilization that believed in the extraordinary. In the temples of ancient Egypt, priests would gather, their voices rising in sacred chants, invoking the deities whose names were etched in hieroglyphs on the walls around them. The words flowed like honey, sweet and heavy, wrapping around them like an embrace. Each symbol was a key, unlocking doors to the divine, summoning powers that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. Ankh, the symbol of life, pulsed with a warmth that radiated through the cold stones, as if the very essence of creation flowed through the glyphs. The priests knew the significance of every mark and line. They understood that to speak the names of the gods, Isis, Osiris, Ra, was to invite their presence. Rituals performed in the shadow of these hieroglyphs transformed the mundane into the miraculous. At the center of the temple, an altar stood, its surface covered with offerings, flowers, bread, and wine, each item a token of devotion, a plea for favor. And as the incense curled into the air, filling the room with sweet, smoky tendrils, the priests would recite spells written in glyphs that shimmered like stars. One such spell, carved into a stone tablet, promised protection for the living and the dead alike. A scribe, his heart racing with anticipation, carefully transcribed it onto papyrus, each stroke precise and deliberate. The magic was palpable, a current that surged through his fingertips. The ancient Egyptians believed that the mere act of writing these powerful symbols infused them with energy, transforming thoughts into reality, words into spells. In a dimly lit chamber, a young woman named Nefertari sat cross-legged on the cool floor, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. She had witnessed her father, a high priest, perform countless rituals, his voice resonating with authority as he summoned the gods. Now, it was her turn to step into the circle to harness the strength of hieroglyphs. With trembling hands, she picked up a reed pen, the tip dipped in dark ink. The moment the pen met the papyrus, she felt a rush of power, as if the very essence of her ancestors flowed through her veins. Nefertari began to write the sacred symbols, feeling their energy envelop her, filling the space with warmth. Each glyph she inscribed was an invocation, a call to the spirits that danced just out of reach. As she wrote, her mind flashed back to the stories her father had told her, the tales of ancient magicians who had spoken to the dead and summoned storms with the power of their words. She longed to feel that same connection, to wield magic that could change the course of fate. But magic came at a price. As she finished the last stroke, a shiver ran down her spine. In that moment, shadows flickered at the edges of her vision, dark and swirling. The air thickened, alive with anticipation. The hieroglyphs seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of their own, a reminder of the power they wielded. Nefertari could hear whispers, too soft to decipher but heavy with urgency. The walls of the chamber seemed to close in, pushing her deeper into the unknown. In another part of the temple, a group of priests gathered for a more sinister purpose. They chanted in unison, their voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore. The hieroglyphs on the walls glinted ominously, as if aware of the darkness that was about to unfold. They were preparing a spell to bind an ancient spirit, one that had roamed the earth for millennia, waiting for a chance to be freed from its eternal prison. As the priests raised their hands, the air crackled with energy and the glyphs began to glow. They spoke the words inscribed on the walls, their tones rich with authority. The symbols responded to their call, swirling with light, becoming almost tangible. The room trembled as the energy surged, pulling at the very fabric of reality. There was a palpable fear hanging in the air, fear of what would happen if they succeeded, but also fear of failure. The balance of power was delicate, teetering on the edge of chaos. Nefertari, still in her chamber, felt the tremors of their incantation reverberate through the walls. It echoed in her bones, igniting a surge of courage within her. She closed her eyes, envisioning the hieroglyphs swirling around her like a protective shield. She knew she could summon her own magic, a force strong enough to counter whatever darkness was unleashed. With every breath she focused on the glyphs, each one a symbol of strength, resilience, and hope. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence, shaking the very foundations of the temple. The priests faltered, their chants breaking as the air thickened with tension. Nefertari opened her eyes, a fierce determination burning within her. She would not let fear guide her. She would be the light in the encroaching darkness. Grabbing her papyrus and ink, she began to write anew, her heart racing with a newfound conviction. The hieroglyphs on her page glowed in response, echoing her resolve. The energy in the temple shifted, a clash of forces spiraling out of control. The air became electric with the dance of magic, and the hieroglyphs, both ancient and new, shimmered in a symphony of light and shadow. The stage was set for a battle more profound than anyone could have imagined, where the power of written words would weave the fates of gods and mortals alike. As the storm brewed, hieroglyphs became the thread that stitched together destinies, each symbol a harbinger of what was to come. And in that moment, Nefertari felt the pulse of the ancient magic beneath her fingertips, a force that would change everything. The struggle between the light and the dark had begun, and she was at the center, ready to inscribe her own story into the tapestry of time. The ink was still wet, and the magic alive. In the flickering shadows of an ancient forest, the scent of damp earth mingled with something almost electric, as if the air itself was charged with whispered promises of protection. Elders had gathered before a towering oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the hands of the past trying to grasp the future. Tonight they would invoke rituals that had been passed down through generations, rituals designed not just for the living, but for the souls of those who had walked the earth before them. The moon hung low, its silver light spilling like a secret across the clearing, illuminating a circle of stones arranged in a protective formation. Each stone had a story, a voice that echoed through time. Some had been carried from sacred mountains, while others were smoothed by the relentless caress of rivers. The elders, their faces etched with the lines of wisdom and worry, formed a circle, their hands clasped tightly. As they began to chant, the words hung in the air, a tapestry woven from sorrow and hope, a blend of languages long forgotten by most. The sound resonated within the hearts of those present, sending shivers down their spines as an ancient energy thrummed beneath their feet. Rituals of protection were as old as humanity itself. In ancient Egypt, the deceased were often buried with amulets and inscriptions intended to safeguard their souls in the afterlife. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers, was carefully placed with mummies, guiding them through the treacherous paths of the underworld. The heart was left in its rightful place, while the mind, represented by the brain, was discarded. To them, the heart was the seat of intellect and emotion, and it was this that needed guarding. Rituals were not merely actions. They were a lifeline used to bridge the chasm between the living and the departed. In the far reaches of the Arctic, the Inuit people crafted intricate talismans, often made from bone or stone, which they believed held the spirits of animals. These charms were worn for protection during hunts, invoking the spirits of the animals to watch over them. This was a reminder that life and death danced in an eternal embrace, each reliant on the other. In times of peril, a hunter would clutch their charm, feeling the weight of history and courage in their palm, as if the spirits themselves were breathing alongside him. Back at the gathering, the chanting grew louder, more urgent, as the elders invoked the names of their ancestors, their voices intertwining with the rustling leaves. Each name was a thread, weaving the fabric of protection tighter, creating a shield against the darkness that threatened to seep in. The air thickened with anticipation, shadows flickered and twisted, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. In the lands of the Celts, protection spells were often entwined with nature. The Druids would gather at sacred sites like Stonehenge to cast circles of protection during solstices and equinoxes. These gatherings were not just for the living. They sought to appease the spirits of the land, ensuring a bountiful harvest and a peaceful afterlife for their loved ones. The rituals often involved offerings of food and drink, laid upon the stones as gifts for the unseen. The act of giving was a solemn promise that they would not be forgotten, a guardian's vow echoing through the ages. As the elders' voices rose, the forest around them seemed to respond. An owl hooted softly, while the wind whispered secrets through the branches above. Then, a rustle in the underbrush caught their attention. Was it the spirit of a long-lost ancestor, or perhaps a lurking predator? Hearts raced as the elders held their breath, a moment suspended in time where fear and faith collided. But as quickly as it came, the tension unraveled, and they continued their incantation, stronger now, emboldened by their shared purpose. In ancient Greece, the dead were honored with elaborate funerals, where the living would actively engage in rituals designed to protect their loved ones on their journey to the afterlife. Coins were placed on the eyes of the deceased, a payment for Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. Without this offering, it was believed that souls would wander endlessly, lost among the living. Families would wail and offer food at the gravesite, ensuring that their departed would not be forgotten. Each act was wrapped in emotion, a desperate plea for protection, for peace, and for remembrance. Returning to the gathering in the forest, the air shifted, thick with an unnameable energy. One elder, his voice quaking but resolute, began to speak of a tragic loss, the disappearance of a child from the village. It was a dark shadow that had lingered over their community, filling hearts with fear. As he spoke, the intensity of their ritual grew, resonating with their shared grief, binding them together in their quest to safeguard not only the living but the lingering echoes of the lost. The chant morphed, transforming from a simple song of protection into a rallying cry, a beacon of hope, calling out to the spirit of the missing child. The moon, now fully risen, cast an ethereal glow over the forest, illuminating the faces of the elders, their brows furrowed, eyes gleaming with purpose. They believed that through their voices, through their rituals, they could reach across the veil that separated the living from the dead. Each syllable was a step toward reconnecting with lost spirits, each heartbeat a reminder that love could transcend even the gravest of separations. Moment by moment, the atmosphere thickened with emotion as memories flooded back, laughter, love, loss, all swirling in a sacred dance of remembrance. The protection they sought was not just for themselves, but for all those who had loved, lost, and continued to long for the embrace of those who had departed. In this moment, the ancient and the present collided, and the forest became a sanctuary, a hallowed ground where the living and the dead intertwined seamlessly. Just as the last echo of their chant faded into the night, a distant sound pierced the silence, a soft, childlike giggle, like wind chimes in an evening breeze. The elders froze, their hearts pounding in unison as they turned towards the sound, breathless with anticipation. What lay ahead was uncertain, as the veil between worlds began to thin, and the rituals of protection wove their threads tighter, forging bonds that would challenge the very fabric of existence. The flickering torchlight danced across the stone walls of the ancient burial chamber, casting shadows that seemed to reach for the heavens. The air was heavy with the scent of incense and something more, an echo of the past, a whisper of lives once lived and the sacred journey that lay ahead. This was not just a burial site, it was a portal between two worlds, a threshold marking the passage from life to the enigmatic afterlife. In cultures around the globe, from the majestic pyramids of Egypt to the intricate tombs of the Miska in present-day Colombia, the dead were not simply laid to rest, but sent forth on a journey carefully prepared for, with love and reverence. The Egyptians, with their elaborate rituals, believed in the weighing of the heart against a feather, a test to determine the soul's worthiness. The heart, that seat of emotion and memory, was kept close, for it was believed to hold the essence of one's identity. Only those who passed this divine judgment could enter the eternal paradise of the field of reeds, lush and vibrant, where life continued in a perfect cycle. In the dim light of the chamber, a young priestess meticulously arranged the offerings: food, pottery, and fragrant oils. Each item was imbued with purpose, a tool to aid in the transition. She poured her soul into her work, knowing that every detail mattered. She recalled the stories of her ancestors, their spirits still lingering, guiding her hands. The weight of her duty pressed heavily upon her shoulders, yet she felt a strange exhilaration. This was magic, ancient and powerful, a bridge over the abyss. Across the seas and the verdant hills of the Celts, the afterlife was seen through a different lens. They believed in the other world, a place where the deceased could reunite with their ancestors amid rolling green fields and endless feasts. The Celts buried their dead with trinkets of everyday life, tools, and jewelry, believing that the spirit carried these objects, a reminder of the love and joys left behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, druids gathered under the ancient oaks, chanting incantations to guide the departed souls. The air hummed with energy, a connection between the living and the dead, a tapestry woven through time. But not all cultures viewed death as a passage to peace. In the harsh realities of the Viking world, the afterlife was a battleground. Valhalla awaited those who met death with honor in combat, a glorious destination filled with feasts and camaraderie. To prepare for such a fate, warriors were adorned with weapons and armor, buried in ships that were set ablaze to symbolize their departure. The sky lit up with flames as the vessels drifted into the unknown, the lifeblood of the earth mingling with the ethereal. In the depths of a Muisca tomb, adorned with gold and emeralds, the remains of a ruler lay surrounded by his treasures. The Muisca believed that the afterlife mirrored life on earth, and thus the deceased were equipped with everything they would need to thrive. The sacred ceremony of the Tomb of the Sun included the body being wrapped in intricately woven textiles, a gesture of respect and love. The sun was a central figure, believed to guide the souls through the darkness, ensuring their safe passage. As these rituals unfolded throughout history, the presence of magic lingered like an electric current, palpable and awe-inspiring. In the ancient Chinese tradition, the afterlife was a journey through a myriad of realms, each governed by its own rules and deities. The concept of yin and yang taught that death was not an end, but a transformation. Offerings of food, paper money, and even paper replicas of homes were left for the spirits, creating a world where the barriers between life and death blurred. The air thickened with incense, a fragrant pathway for souls to traverse. In the Americas, the indigenous cultures honored their ancestors with reverence, crafting altars and holding ceremonies that honored the deceased. The Day of the Dead in Mexico is a vivid tapestry of colors, where families gather to celebrate the lives of those who have passed. Marigolds, sugar skulls, and vibrant papel picado create a feast for the spirits, inviting them back for a single night. The belief in the ongoing connection with loved ones shattered the illusion of loss, bringing forth a celebration of life and death intertwined. As the rituals of the past intertwine with the present, the air trembles with the weight of history, both haunting and beautiful. The ancients knew that magic was not confined to spells and incantations. It was the act of remembering, of honoring those who came before. Each culture, with its unique practices and beliefs, contributed to a collective understanding of the afterlife, crafting a rich tapestry of human experience. A sudden gust of wind swept through the burial chamber, extinguishing the flickering torchlight in an instant. Shadows swallowed the room, leaving only the sound of a heartbeat, steady, persistent. It was the heartbeat of every soul that had ever walked the earth, a reminder of the ties that bind us all, living and past. The priestess felt a shiver run down her spine, as if the spirits were stirring, urging her to complete her sacred task. In that poignant moment, the veil between worlds thinned, creating a palpable tension. What lay beyond was both terrifying and beautiful, a mystery that tantalized the senses. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the weight of her ancestors' hopes and dreams, and in that darkness she understood. The journey beyond was not one of fear, but of transformation, where magic lingered in every heartbeat, every whispered name, and every act of remembrance. As she resumed her work, the flickering torchlight reignited, revealing the beauty of the offerings laid out with care. The chamber, once merely a tomb, became a sanctuary, a place where the past and future met in a powerful embrace. The air crackled with anticipation as the line between this world and the next blurred, casting a radiant glow that beckoned all souls forward into the great unknown. In a world where whispers of the divine brush against the ears of the faithful, temples and shrines stand as timeless witnesses to humanity's quest for the sacred. They rise majestically from the earth, their stones etched with tales of gods and mortals, imbued with the echoes of prayers offered in reverence or desperation. The air around these sites crackles with energy, a magic that transcends mere belief, drawing in the curious and the devoted alike. Consider the grand temples of Angkor Wat, carved from sandstone and lush with jungle. Once they were the beating heart of the Khmer Empire, where kings sought the favor of gods. Now, as sunlight filters through the ancient trees, their roots intertwined with the stones, visitors stand in awe of the intricate bas-reliefs depicting celestial beings dancing through time. Each carving tells a story, a love affair between the earthly and the divine, a promise of protection, a plea for prosperity. The air is thick with history, and it feels as though the spirits of those who once walked these sacred grounds still linger, watching over the living with a gaze both fierce and gentle. Then there's the serene beauty of the Parthenon, perched high on the Acropolis in Athens. The sun sets, casting a golden hue over its fluted columns, and one can almost hear the echoes of the ancient orators who spoke of gods and fate. This temple dedicated to Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, holds centuries of secrets within its stone walls. The shadows play tricks on the mind, whispering tales of philosophers and warriors, of triumphs and tragedies that shaped the very foundations of civilization. Here, the air is charged with a palpable sense of purpose, as every stone seems to pulse with the longing for knowledge and glory. Visitors often find themselves standing in reverence, feeling the weight of history pressing down, an invisible connection to all who came before. In Japan, the torii gates of Fushimi Inari Shrine lead the way into a world that feels both magical and intimate. Each gate, painted a brilliant vermilion, represents a wish or a hope from those who pass through. As the winds rustle through the leaves, there's a rustling of dreams. Each footstep echoes with the aspirations of countless pilgrims who have walked this path seeking blessings from Inari, the deity of rice and fertility. The air is imbued with the scent of incense, a reminder of the prayers that float upward, seeking a response from the heavens. It is a space where the boundaries between the physical and spiritual blur, and for a moment, time feels suspended, leaving the heart racing with unfulfilled desires and earnest wishes. Traveling further, one can feel the weight of the sacred at the ancient site of Stonehenge. Here, the stones stand as stoic guardians of the past, arranged in a way that hints at celestial alignments and rituals lost to time. The stone circle invites the mind to wander, to imagine the druids and ancient peoples who gathered in this place of power, their chants and ceremonies echoing through the mists of dawn. On certain days, as the sun rises perfectly between the stones, a chill runs down the spine, and one can almost hear the ancient songs carried on the wind. The connection to something greater hangs thick in the air, a reminder of humanity's eternal search for meaning, for answers to the questions that gnaw at the soul. And then there's the haunting beauty of the shrines in Bhutan, where the cliffs rise dramatically from the valleys below. Taksang, or the tiger's nest, clings precariously to the mountainside. Legends tell of Padmasambhava, who flew there on the back of a tiger, bringing with him the teachings of Buddhism. As one ascends the narrow path, each step is filled with anticipation. The scent of incense mingles with the crisp mountain air, sending shivers of reverence down the spine. At the summit, the view is breathtaking, and the heart swells with a sense of belonging to something much larger than oneself. The chants of monks can be heard rising into the air, a melody that resonates within the very core of being, urging the soul to awaken. In the deserts of Egypt, the great pyramids loom like giants, their secrets buried beneath the sands of time. These monumental structures were once gateways to the afterlife, where pharaohs sought immortality. Standing before them, one can feel a sense of awe, as if the very fabric of time has woven itself into the stones. The whispers of the ancients cling to the air, filled with tales of gods, curses, and the eternal struggle for existence. As the sun sets behind the pyramids, casting long shadows, the heart races at the thought of the mysteries still waiting to be unveiled. Across the Atlantic, the spiritual energy of the ancient Mayans still pulses through the ruins of Tikal, hidden within the jungles of Guatemala. Towering temples rise above the treetops, their stones weathered yet proud, holding the wisdom of a civilization that revered the cycles of nature and cosmic rhythms. Here, the sound of howler monkeys fills the air, a reminder that life thrives in every corner of this sacred ground. As one stands before the temple of the great jaguar, the weight of history settles heavily on the heart, a connection to the earth and sky that feels almost tangible. Every breath taken is a prayer, a recognition of the life force that courses through this magical site. In the shadows of the temples, the stories of devotion and despair linger like fragrant incense, filling the air with a sense of belonging and yearning. Each sacred space is alive, a testament to the human spirit's quest for the divine, a reminder that within the stones and shrines, the echoes of the past continue to resonate, urging the living to listen, to feel, to believe. As night falls and darkness blankets the sacred spaces, a sense of anticipation builds. The stories are far from over. The magic continues to weave through the hearts of all who seek solace in the glow of the sacred. The magic of these spaces beckons, inviting all to step closer, to feel the pulse of history beneath their feet, urging them to grasp the threads of the past, entwining them with their own hopes and fears for the future. In the ancient land of Egypt, the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the Nile. Shadows danced upon the sand, whispering secrets of a world where animals were more than mere creatures. They were mystical symbols, entwined with the very fabric of life itself. The air was thick with a sense of anticipation, as if the spirits of the past were holding their breath, waiting for the stories of old to be told. In the bustling streets of Thebes, merchants sold vibrant papyrus scrolls adorned with images of majestic lions, slithering cobras, and graceful ibises. Each illustration bore witness to the power and significance of these animals in the eyes of the Egyptians. They were not just animals. They were manifestations of the divine, serving as protectors, guides, and sources of magic. The people believed that the essence of these creatures flowed through the veins of their gods, and in every rustle of wings or flash of fur there lay a connection to the divine realm. The lion, fierce and proud, was revered as the embodiment of strength and courage. In the twilight hours, echoes of its roar could be imagined reverberating through the valleys, inspiring warriors and priests alike. To see a lion in the wild was to witness the raw power of nature, and to the Egyptians it was a sign from Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of war. They believed that she walked among them, guiding their hands in battle and instilling fear in the hearts of their enemies. Her presence was not merely a tale told by firelight. It was a palpable force, felt in the heartbeat of the earth itself. The cobra, with its sinuous form and deadly precision, held another kind of magic. In the sand, it slithered silently, a guardian of the pharaohs. The uraeus, the sacred serpent, adorned the crowns of kings, representing sovereignty and protection. It was said that when the pharaoh wore the uraeus, the cobra would spring to life, warding off evil and granting divine authority. The people would often gather to watch as priests performed rituals, invoking the power of the cobra to protect their land from harm. Gasps filled the air as flames flickered and ancient chants echoed, wrapping around the audience like a spell, binding them to the moment. Then there was the ibis, a creature that seemed to dance upon the waters of the Nile. With its long legs and curved beak, it was associated with Thoth, the god of wisdom, writing, and magic. In the stillness of the river, the ibis was seen as a messenger, guiding souls to the afterlife with its gentle yet purposeful stride. The Egyptians believed that when they encountered the bird, it was a sign to reflect, to write, to seek knowledge. Young scribes would often rush to the riverbank, their hearts pounding, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elegant bird, eager to absorb the wisdom it represented. As dusk enveloped the land, the Egyptians gathered for rituals that intertwined their lives with the natural world. They painted their bodies with symbols and adorned themselves with talismans crafted from the bones and feathers of the animals they revered. The air was electric with emotion, with each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the universe. Rituals invoked the spirits of the animals, seeking their blessings and guidance. The flickering flames of the altars reflected the hopes and dreams of a civilization that understood the interconnectedness of life. Yet not every encounter with nature was imbued with reverence. The fierce storms that roared across the desert could bring devastation, reminding the Egyptians of the duality of nature. They believed that even the gods could be capricious, and the animals that represented them were not always kind. The jackal, a creature of the night, was associated with Anubis, the god of the afterlife. While Anubis offered protection in death, the jackal was a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of existence. Temples dedicated to this enigmatic deity were filled with the scent of incense and the sound of whispered prayers, as people sought solace in the face of their fears. In the shadows of the pyramids, the haunting call of the owl echoed, symbolizing mystery and the unknown. The Egyptians believed that the owl could see what lay beyond the veil of life, peering into the realm of the dead. The sight of one perched quietly on a branch sent shivers down the spines of those who understood its significance. It was said that the owl flew between worlds, carrying messages from the deceased to the living. The tension in the air thickened as families gathered for funerals, their hearts heavy, hoping for a sign, a feather perhaps, to guide their loved ones safely to eternity. In these moments, emotion surged like the flooding Nile, overwhelming and intense. The people felt a deep connection to the creatures that surrounded them, a bond that transcended the boundaries of life and death. They sang songs that echoed the cries of the animals, their voices rising and falling like the wings of a bird in flight. Each note carried the weight of history, of joy and sorrow intertwined in a complex tapestry of existence. As the night deepened, the stars emerged, twinkling like the eyes of the gods watching over the land. The sky was a vast canvas, where the constellations mirrored the animals that roamed the earth below. Each star held a story, a memory, a fragment of the past. The Egyptians looked up in wonder, feeling the pull of the universe as it connected them to the very essence of life itself. The animals of their world were not mere creatures. They were threads woven into the fabric of their existence, guiding them, protecting them, and reminding them of the delicate balance they maintained with nature. And just as the rituals reached their peak, a sudden stillness enveloped the air. The people held their breath, sensing a shift, a moment suspended in time. It was a reminder that the magic of the animals, woven into the tapestry of their lives, was always present, waiting to be acknowledged, to be feared, to be celebrated. The echoes of their worship lingered in the air as they prepared to step further into the night, unaware of the mysteries that awaited them just beyond the horizon, where the shadows of ancient spirits danced among the stars. In the flickering light of 1,000 candles, shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of ancient rituals. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, sage, rosemary, and something sweetly intoxicating like honey. It was here, in this sacred space, that the unseen world brushed against the tangible, where the veil between life and the afterlife shimmered like a mirage. The priests and priestesses held their breath, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the vibrant pulse of the earth beneath them. These were not mere practitioners of faith, they were conduits of power, guardians of wisdom passed down through generations. Each one clad in robes that shimmered like starlit skies, their hands moved with purpose, weaving spells that bound the realms of the living and the spirit world. Every gesture was steeped in tradition, a testament to their lineage, a reminder of the ancestors who had walked this path before them. In ancient Egypt, the high priests of Amun held court within temples adorned with gold and lapis lazuli. They did not simply perform rituals, they were the living embodiment of their gods. Under the watchful eyes of Osiris and Isis, they called forth the blessings of the Nile, ensuring the land remained fertile. They stood tall, not just as men, but as bridges, between mortal desires and divine will. The people revered them, often bringing offerings of grain and livestock, believing that only through these holy figures could they touch the divine. Meanwhile, in the verdant fields of Celtic lands, priestesses ventured into the sacred groves, their long hair flowing like the rivers that nourished the earth. They danced under the canopy of ancient oaks, invoking the spirits of nature with chants that echoed through the ages. In their presence, the very air crackled with energy, pulling the community closer to the earth and each other. These women were not just ritualists, they were healers, midwives, and keepers of the sacred mysteries. When they spoke, it felt as if the world paused, hanging on every syllable, waiting for the magic to unfold. In the far reaches of Mesoamerica, the priests of the Aztec Empire stood atop towering pyramids, their hearts beating like war drums. They offered sacrifices to appease the gods, believing that their very lives were a form of currency for the celestial beings. Clad in vibrant feathers and precious jewels, they wielded obsidian blades that glinted ominously under the sun. With each offering, they believed they were not just taking life, but weaving the fabric of existence itself, a cycle of death and rebirth that kept the cosmos in balance. But with great power came great responsibility. The fear of failure weighed heavily on these spiritual leaders. What would happen if the rains did not come? What if the harvest failed? The anguish of the people fell upon their shoulders like a heavy cloak. They felt the fear and hope of the community, and in those moments of desperation their chants grew more fervent, their rituals more intense. They sought to merge their essence with the divine, to touch the very core of the universe itself. As twilight descended, the priests and priestesses gathered for the night of reckoning, a sacred event that called upon the spirits of ancestors long gone. With each flickering flame, the veil grew thinner, and the air buzzed with anticipation. The chanting began, soft at first, then swelling into a cacophony of voices. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and the fabric of reality shimmered. They reached out with their minds, fingers trembling as they brushed against the unseen. The spirits responded, their whispers swirling around the sacred circle, weaving tales of old into the present moment. In that charged atmosphere, the priests felt the surge of power rise within them. They became vessels of the divine, their words flowing like a river, a torrent of truth and revelation. The community watched in awe, eyes wide, hearts racing, caught in the web of magic spun by these extraordinary beings. Each prayer, each invocation echoed the hopes and dreams of generations, mingling with the pulse of the earth. But not all was harmony. In the shadows, rival sects emerged, challenging the authority of the established priesthood. The clash of faiths echoed through the valleys, rising to a fever pitch. In the depths of the night, the very ground shook as ancient battles of belief raged on, leaving the priests and priestesses caught in a tempest of loyalty and conviction. Their hearts were pulled in different directions, each belief demanding their devotion. As dawn's light painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the priests and priestesses stood at a crossroads. The air crackled with tension, the weight of expectations pressing down on them. Would they unify the fractured beliefs or yield to the shadows lurking just beyond the light? Their hands trembled as they reached out to touch the fabric of fate, knowing that their choices would echo through time. In that fleeting moment, they understood that they were not just leaders. They were the heartbeat of their cultures, the embodiment of their histories, and the guardians of secrets that had been whispered for millennia. They stood on the precipice of change, leading their communities toward either despair or unity. And in that uncertainty, magic lingered, vibrant and electric, waiting to be awakened once more. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, a silence that wrapped around the small town like a heavy fog. It was the kind of night when shadows seemed to flicker and dance, whispering secrets only the brave, or the foolish, would dare to listen to. In the dim light of an old street lamp, a child stood frozen, eyes wide and breath caught in his throat as he caught a glimpse of something darting behind the gnarled oak tree. It was just a trick of the light, he told himself, but an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. Throughout the ages, the world has been haunted by the presence of spirits, demons, and ghosts, entities that slip through the cracks of the mundane and into the lives of the living. From ancient Babylon to the forgotten graves of the medieval West, cultures have woven tales of the unseen that send shivers down the spine. Each civilization, in its quest to explain the inexplicable, has cast these entities in roles of both dread and awe. The Babylonians, for instance, believed in the Lamashtu, a demoness that preyed on pregnant women and newborns, her howls echoing through the dark of night, a sinister lullaby that chilled the blood. As the moon hung high, casting an eerie glow, the town's old graveyard groaned with the weight of history. Each stone, worn and weathered, whispered tales of those who once walked the earth. It was here that the line between life and death blurred most. A gentle wind rustled the leaves, giving voice to the spirits that lingered, their stories etched in the very soil beneath. The air crackled with energy as an ancient presence stirred, reaching out for a connection, a reminder that they were never truly gone. In the distant past, the Greeks honored their dead with elaborate rituals, believing that the souls of the deceased wandered the earth until they were properly laid to rest. Their restless spirits, known as the shade, would roam in search of offerings, food, drink, and the whispers of memories that kept them tethered to the living. It was said that if one ignored their pleas, misfortune would surely follow. The shadows of the past had a way of wrapping around the present, reminding those who dared to forget. The flickering candlelight in the old church cast flickering shadows on the crumbling walls. A flicker caught the eye of a woman kneeling in prayer, her heart heavy with grief. She had lost her husband just weeks before and sought solace in the familiar echoes of prayer. As she murmured her words, a cold gust swept through the chapel, extinguishing the flame. In that moment of darkness, she felt a presence, a warmth behind her that sent goosebumps racing along her arms. "Is it you?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The air thickened, and for a fleeting second she was enveloped in the scent of his favorite cologne. A bittersweet reminder of love lost yet never forgotten. Across the globe, the tales of spirits have taken myriad forms. In Japan, the yurei, restless spirits shrouded in white garments, wander the night and are drawn to those who have been wronged or betrayed. Their haunting cries fill the air, an eerie symphony that pulls at the heartstrings. As the ancient stories tell, to see a Yure is to invite misfortune, but the line between fear and understanding is thin. Perhaps they seek solace, a chance to share their stories with the living. Legends of demons have held their grip on humanity, weaving fear into the very fabric of existence. The infamous Azazel, a fallen angel in Judeo-Christian lore, whispered promises of power and chaos, tempting humanity to dance on the edge of darkness. The stories tell of those who have succumbed to his allure, their souls forever bound in torment. The chilling laughter of demons echoes in the corners of our minds, a reminder of the choices we face every day. In a small town, a local legend spoke of a ghostly figure dressed in a tattered wedding gown who roamed the halls of a dilapidated mansion on the outskirts. It was said that she had been jilted on her wedding day, left at the altar, and her sorrow turned her spirit into a wraith, a figure of tragic beauty forever tethered to her unfulfilled dreams. Each night the townsfolk could hear her mournful wails, a haunting cry that seeped into their dreams, reminding them of love's cruelty and the scars it leaves behind. As the clock struck midnight, the boundary between the seen and the unseen grew thin. The very walls of the town seemed to pulse with life, a heartbeat echoing through the streets. Some say this is the time the spirits awaken, emboldened by the darkness. The night was filled with sounds, soft whispers, rustling leaves, and the distant echo of laughter that sent shivers down the spine. Children ventured out, daring one another to approach the old well believed to be a portal to the beyond. They felt a pull, a magnetic force urging them closer, the allure of the unknown too tempting to resist. With each step, the ground seemed to shift beneath their feet, ancient voices weaving together, telling tales of woe and warning. The town held its breath as the veil lifted, revealing fleeting glimpses of the past, a soldier in tattered uniform, a grieving mother, a child lost to time, all trapped in a loop, forever connected to the living. The air was thick with emotion, a vivid tapestry of joy and sorrow that intermingled, illustrating the eternal dance between life and death. The haunting melody of a piano drifted through the air, weaving its way into the hearts of those who dared to listen. It was said to be the ghost of a composer who had drowned in despair, his notes echoing through the ages, a lament for both the living and the dead. As the townsfolk gathered, the music seemed to transcend time, pulling them into a realm where stories of love, loss, and longing intertwined, a reminder that every spirit carries with it a piece of their past, echoing through the lives of those who remain. As the sun began to rise, casting light upon the shadowy corners of the town, the spirits retreated to their darkened corners, leaving behind an air of mystery and unanswered questions. The stories of the unseen world lingered, bound to the living like a scar that refuses to fade, a constant reminder that the past is never truly gone, and the echoes of those who walked before continue to resonate through the lives of those who remain. The veil may have lifted, but the whispers of the unseen would always call, a haunting melody threading through the tapestry of existence, daring the brave to listen. In the flickering shadows of an ancient temple, the air was thick with the scent of incense and the echoes of whispered prayers. A mysterious figure cloaked in dark linen moved silently among the stone statues, each carved with care, each depicting the timeless gaze of Thoth, the god of wisdom and magic. His head, an ibis, looked down upon the devoted with an unwavering intensity that seemed to pierce through the veil of time itself. It was here, in this sacred space, that the secrets of the universe were both sought after and guarded fiercely. The followers of Thoth were not just worshippers, they were seekers of truth. With every ritual, they drew closer to the divine knowledge that only the god of writing could bestow. They believed that with each stroke of the pen, they could alter reality, weaving fate as one might weave a tapestry. The scribes, adorned with the signs of their craft, would gather under the dim light of oil lamps, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Each evening they would gather scrolls and papyrus, ready to channel the wisdom of their god. Thoth, known also as the scribe of the gods, was a paradox, both creator and destroyer, healer and harbinger of fate. His wisdom was like a double-edged sword. It could elevate one to greatness or shatter a soul. The priests held tight to this duality, often casting fearful glances at the moonlit sky, where the owl, Thoth's sacred creature, would soar freely, its haunting hoots echoing the weight of knowledge it carried. To them, the moon was a reflection of Thoth's eternal mind, a repository of wisdom waiting to be unlocked. In the dim light, the chants began. Voices rose in a harmonious crescendo, echoing off the stone walls as the rituals intensified. Candles flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced like spirits summoned from the past. There was power in these moments, an electric energy that surged through the air, palpable enough to make the skin tingle. The followers' hearts raced with both fear and hope as they called upon Thoth, desperate for a glimpse of his divine inspiration. In that sacred space, there was a young scribe named Anubis, no relation to the god of the afterlife, yet he often felt a connection to the mysteries that shrouded both life and death. Anubis had always been drawn to the teachings of Thoth, often spending sleepless nights studying the ancient texts, scribbling furiously under the pale light of the stars. He was restless, driven by a hunger for knowledge that consumed him. Each night he prayed fervently, longing for Thoth to reveal something profound, something that would change the course of history. The more he learned, the more he realized the weight of the truths he was uncovering. He felt the shadows pressing down on him. Knowledge could be both a blessing and a curse. There were whispers, rumors among the priests of secrets buried deep within the temple's walls, legends of scrolls that contained the keys to the universe. They spoke in hushed tones about the Book of Thoth, said to grant unimaginable power to any who could decipher its cryptic symbols. Anubis's heart raced at the thought. What if he could find it? What if he could become the vessel of Thoth's divine wisdom? As the nights turned into weeks, Anubis grew more obsessed. He spent hours in the temple, poring over manuscripts, deciphering the ancient glyphs that whispered of the past. But something changed. The air grew heavy. The candles flickered with uncertainty. The other priests began to notice Anubis's fervor, their expressions clouded with concern. "Beware," they warned him. "Knowledge can lead down a dark path." But Anubis, driven by his desire, brushed off their warnings. One fateful night, as a storm rumbled outside, Anubis felt a pull, a magnetic force drawing him deeper into the temple's innermost chamber. He took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he pushed open the heavy stone door. Inside, the air was electric, charged with an energy that made his heart race. In the center of the room lay an altar, adorned with ancient artifacts and a single, glowing scroll that pulsed with a life of its own. Anubis knew he had stumbled upon the legendary Book of Thoth. As he reached for the scroll, a sudden chill swept through the chamber. The shadows twisted, and the flickering candle flames shot upward before extinguishing, plunging him into darkness. Anubis's breath quickened as he felt a presence, strong and unyielding. "Who dares disturb my sanctuary?" A voice boomed, echoing through the silence. He stumbled backward, heart pounding, mind racing. It was Thoth himself, manifesting in a swirl of light and shadow, staring deep into Anubis's soul. Terror and awe gripped him. This was not the benevolent deity he had envisioned. This was power, raw and unfiltered. "You seek knowledge, young scribe," Thoth said, his voice a blend of thunder and whisper. "But knowledge comes with a cost. Are you prepared to pay?" Time seemed to freeze as Anubis weighed his options. The whispers of the priests echoed in his mind. He could feel the weight of the scroll pulsing against his fingertips, the lure of infinite wisdom tantalizing his senses. The storm roared outside, lightning illuminating the temple, casting eerie shadows that danced like phantoms. In that moment of uncertainty, Anubis felt the magnitude of his choice pressing down on him. The air crackled as he opened his mouth to respond, but the words caught in his throat. All he could think was how desperately he wanted to prove himself, to claim wisdom that others could only dream of. But at what price? As if answering his unspoken question, Thoth stepped closer, the light around him intensifying. Knowledge is a treasure, but it is also a weapon. Choose wisely, for once the path is set, there is no turning back. The weight of those words sank into Anubis's heart like lead. His breath came in ragged gasps as he stood on the precipice of enlightenment or destruction. The choice was his, but the consequences loomed larger than he could ever imagine. Would he embrace the wisdom that Thoth offered, or would he turn away, leaving the potential of greatness behind? The storm's fury matched the turmoil in his heart, and the ancient temple thrummed with anticipation, as if the very stones were holding their breath. In that moment, Anubis realized that the true test was not merely about gaining knowledge, but understanding the responsibility that accompanied it. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, filled with the weight of destiny, as he stood poised on a knife's edge, ready to make a choice that would change everything. In the flickering shadows of ancient Egypt, the air hummed with anticipation. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of red and gold, as whispers of a powerful goddess drifted through bustling marketplaces and quiet temples alike. It was said that Isis, a woman of fierce resolve and boundless compassion, could weave the fabric of life itself, stitching together the frayed edges of existence with her magic of healing and resurrection. In a small village nestled along the banks of the Nile, a mother clutched her child whose fragile body lay still. The color drained from his cheeks. Despair clung to her like an unwelcome shroud, weighing her heart with an unbearable heaviness. She had heard the stories, tales of Isis, the divine protector, the healer who could breathe life back into the lifeless. With trembling hands, she whispered a prayer, invoking the name of the goddess, a plea echoing through generations of faithful hearts. As dusk settled, the village square transformed into a sacred space. Villagers gathered, their eyes wide with hope, their gazes directed toward the statue of Isis, her carved features bathed in the warm glow of flickering candles. Her wings stretched protectively, encircling all who sought her favor. Legends spoke of her heartache when her beloved husband, Osiris, was torn from her side, his body scattered by the jealous god Set. In the depths of her sorrow, Isis had gathered the pieces of Osiris, her determination igniting a spark of magic that resurrected him from the clutches of death. The air crackled with energy as the villagers united, voices rising in song, weaving a tapestry of sound that reverberated through the night. They shared tales of healing, of wounds mended and spirits uplifted, all thanks to the benevolent goddess. Each story was a thread, pulling them closer together, binding them in their shared belief in the power of rebirth. The mother, heart racing, felt her own spirit lift at the sound of their voices. Perhaps the impossible was within reach. Guided by an unseen force, she stepped forward, her footsteps echoing against the stone streets, each step a testament to her unwavering faith. The villagers parted, creating a path that led her to the statue, where her tears fell like rain, pooling at the base of Isis's feet. She begged, she pleaded, pouring out her heart in a torrent of emotions, each word infused with desperation yet laced with hope. Just as her voice began to waver, a gentle breeze swept through the square, caressing her skin, a sign of the goddess's attention. Suddenly, the air thickened, shimmering with an otherworldly light. The villagers gasped as they witnessed a miracle unfold. The statue of Isis seemed to breathe, her eyes sparkling with life. The shimmering energy surrounded the mother, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. In that moment, she felt the presence of Isis, the essence of divinity enveloping her, filling her with a sense of peace that pushed back against the shadows of despair. Isis knew the pain of loss. She had walked through the darkness, felt the icy grip of death. It was her love that transcended it all, her unwavering belief in resurrection that brought Osiris back to life. The villagers held their breath, hearts pounding as they watched the scene unfold. The mother's voice, fierce and determined, rose above the chaos, demanding life for her child. With each word, she called upon the ancient magic, a power that had coursed through the veins of Egyptian history for millennia. The earth trembled, a low rumble echoing through the village as the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. The sky erupted in radiant light, illuminating the darkness that threatened to consume them. Whispers of the past danced in the air, tales of Isis healing the sick, of her fierce struggle against Set, and of her tireless quest to protect her son, Horus, from the clutches of death. Each story surged forward, a reminder that life was a cycle, a series of deaths and rebirths woven together by the hands of the divine. In that moment, the mother felt a warmth envelop her child, a pulse of life that surged through the air like an electric current. It was a heartbeat, one that she had longed to hear. With eyes wide and filled with anguish, she held her breath while the villagers around her remained frozen in awe. Time felt suspended, the world outside their sacred circle fading away. All that existed was the power of faith, the connection between a mother and her child, and the mighty presence of Isis. Then, as if the universe itself had conspired to bend to her will, the child stirred. A soft whimper broke the silence, followed by the fluttering of eyelids. The mother's heart exploded with joy, a sweet symphony of emotion washing over her. The villagers erupted in gasps of disbelief and joy, their cries echoing into the night. Isis's magic, a beautiful tapestry of healing, had woven itself into their lives, restoring what was thought to be lost forever. The air was thick with miracles, the atmosphere pulsing with energy as the goddess's blessings wrapped around them all. The mother fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, not from sorrow but from the overwhelming joy of resurrection. Each villager felt the radiance of Isis, the promise of healing, the magic of life itself. They knew this was not merely a moment but a profound shift, a reminder that life and death existed in an eternal dance. Yet, lurking in the shadows, Set watched with eyes of fury, heart clenched with rage at Isis's triumph. He had always sought to disrupt the balance, to tear apart the union of life and death that Isis so fiercely protected. The tension crackled in the air, the promise of conflict looming as the village celebrated. The power of rebirth coursed through their hearts, but they could feel the dark cloud of Set's wrath gathering, threatening to snuff out their light. The celebration was not yet over, and the goddess's magic had only just begun to weave its intricate spell across their lives. With every heartbeat, the villagers felt the pull of destiny, the promise of Isis's protection against the forces that sought to tear them apart. They joined hands, their voices rising in a chant that echoed through the night, a declaration of unity and strength. In that moment, they understood. The cycle of life would continue, the magic of healing would not falter, and as long as they believed, they would stand against the darkness that threatened their rebirth. In the dim light of the flickering torches, shadows danced across the ancient walls of a burial chamber, whispering secrets of a bygone era. The scent of frankincense mingled with the cool, earthy smell of the tomb, a reminder that life and death were eternally intertwined. There, amidst the silence, lay Osiris, the god of the afterlife, a figure wrapped in mystery and magic. His green skin glimmered softly, symbolizing rebirth, while the intricate hieroglyphs surrounding him told tales of judgment, resurrection, and the eternal cycle of life. Osiris was not merely a god, he was the heartbeat of ancient Egyptian belief, the ruler of the underworld and the guardian of souls. His presence loomed large in the hearts of the people, evoking both fear and reverence. Every grain of sand in the scorching desert seemed to hum with the stories of his adventures, his betrayal by Set, the chaos of death, and his miraculous return to life. To the Egyptians, he was an icon of hope, the promise that death was not an end but merely a passage into another existence. The legend spoke of how Osiris was betrayed by his own brother, Set, who coveted power and sought to usurp the throne. In a cruel twist of fate, Set tricked Osiris, casting him into the Nile where the waters swallowed him whole. The air thickened with sorrow as the tale unfolded. Osiris's wife, Isis, devoted and fierce, searched relentlessly for her beloved. Her tears fell like rain upon the earth, and the gods themselves wept for the fallen god. It was Isis's love that sparked the magic, the very essence of life that would ultimately lead to Osiris's resurrection. As the moon hung high in the night sky, lighting up the desert with an ethereal glow, Isis gathered the pieces of her husband's dismembered body, a heart-wrenching task filled with determination and anguish. Each piece represented not just Osiris's physical form, but the love that transcended the boundaries of life and death. With the help of Anubis, the jackal-headed god of mummification, Osiris was put back together, and through the dark magic of resurrection, he was reborn. In this sacred moment, the transformation of Osiris became a beacon of hope for all. The idea that death was not a finality but a threshold to another world ignited an unquenchable fire in the hearts of the ancient Egyptians. Temples were built and rituals were crafted, all in honor of Osiris. The Akhet festival celebrated his return, a time when the living paid tribute to the dead, recognizing that they too would one day traverse the same path to the afterlife. The significance of Osiris extended far beyond his resurrection. He represented the cycles of nature, the flooding of the Nile, the harvest, and the seasons. To the farmers of Egypt, he was the promise of fertility. To the ones mourning loved ones, he was a gentle reminder that their souls would find peace. The weighing of the heart ceremony, presided over by Osiris himself, became a cornerstone of their beliefs. In this moment of reckoning, the departed's heart was placed on a scale against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. If one's heart was light, they were deemed worthy and welcomed into the enchanting fields of the afterlife, a paradise filled with eternal sunshine. Osiris's magical significance cannot be overstated. The rituals surrounding his worship were steeped in mystery and wonder, intertwined with spells and incantations meant to ensure safe passage into the afterlife. Priests, adorned in white linen, conducted sacred rites, their voices echoing through stone chambers as they invoked the power of Osiris. Offerings of food, wine, and sacred oils were presented, each item a symbol of love and respect, a bridge between the living and the dead. To understand Osiris is to feel the pulse of life itself. He was a god of the people, a figure who understood their struggles and intimately connected with their fears. In the bustling marketplaces, whispers of his name mingled with the laughter of children and the cries of vendors. Mothers would tell their children stories of Osiris by the flickering light of evening fires, instilling in them a sense of wonder about what lay beyond the mortal world. The tales carried weight, each word a reminder that love and loyalty could transcend even the fiercest betrayal. As twilight descended upon the land, the stars began to twinkle, casting a soft glow over the great pyramids. It was said that Osiris watched over them, a guardian of souls, ensuring that the dead were cared for in the afterlife. The rituals at the sacred sites became a tapestry of life and death, each thread woven with reverence for Osiris. Pilgrims traveled from distant lands, their hearts filled with hope, seeking solace in the knowledge that they too would be welcomed into the arms of the god who understood their fears. The Nile whispered tales of Osiris, its waters a constant reminder of life's ebb and flow. In its depths, one could find the essence of Osiris himself, a promise that love could conquer even the most formidable foes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, The hushed prayers of those who believed filled the air, mingling with the whispers of the wind. Osiris was their protector, their beacon of light in the dark, a symbol of the magic that lay beyond. In the corridors of time, Osiris continued to reign, and his legacy lived on in the hearts of those who cherished the belief in life after death. He became a timeless figure, transcending the ages, his influence spilling into cultures far beyond Egypt. As the stories spread, Osiris transformed from a local deity into a universal symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light of love would guide the way. And so, the tales of Osiris endured, weaving into the very fabric of existence itself, hinting at greater mysteries yet to unfold. The echoes of his heart beat on, drawing all who dared to dream of a world beyond, where love and loyalty never truly died. The sacred magic of Osiris beckoned, a promise lying in wait, ready to entwine with the next chapter of the eternal narrative of life and death. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows on the ancient stones of Egypt. A sense of palpable tension lingered in the air, as if the very winds whispered of power, protection, and ferocity. In the distance, the golden sands shimmered, and the silhouette of a lioness prowled upon the horizon, her presence commanding and fierce. This was no ordinary cat. She was Sekhmet, the lioness goddess, the fierce protector of the pharaohs, and the embodiment of vengeance. Sekhmet was born from the fiery breath of Ra, the sun god. Her eyes burned like two blazing suns, fierce and unyielding. To the ancient Egyptians, she was both a mother and a warrior, a goddess whose magic was as powerful as the desert storms that swept through the land. In temples adorned with her images, she was depicted with the body of a woman and the head of a lioness, evoking both awe and fear. People flocked to her shrines, bringing offerings to appease her wrath and seek her protection. Stories of her protective magic whispered through the ages. It was said that in times of great peril, when enemies threatened the peace of Egypt, Sekhmet would rise like a storm, her roar echoing through the canyons, sending chills down the spines of all who dared to oppose her. The sound reverberated across the land, calling forth her devotees to rally behind her. Her warriors, adorned with the lioness's symbol, marched forth with renewed strength, inspired by the goddess's fierce spirit. In moments of stillness, the air crackled with anticipation. Those who worshipped her believed that she could see into the very depths of their souls. They would kneel before her statues, their faces pressed to the cool stone, seeking her guidance. The flickering flames of the oil lamps cast shadows that danced like spirits, echoing the heartbeat of the goddess. Each flicker seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if Sekhmet herself were watching, judging and empowering her followers with her protective magic. But within that protective aura lay a ferocity that could not be contained. Tales of her wrath were equally legendary. When the Nile threatened to flood, or when foreign invaders plotted against the kingdom, her vengeance would rain down like the fiercest of storms. With a single swipe of her paw, she could batter down walls of resistance, leaving nothing but destruction in her wake. The very thought of her anger sent shivers through the bravest of hearts. Those who sought to harm Egypt knew that to face Sekhmet was to invite their doom. In a sacred temple dedicated to this divine protector, the high priestess would prepare for the rituals, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and reverence. The air was thick with incense, a sweet mixture of myrrh and frankincense that enveloped the worshippers like a warm embrace. As she adorned herself in flowing robes, the priestess felt Sekhmet's essence coursing through her veins. The goddess was there, watching, guiding, and empowering her every move. The priestess's hands trembled as she lifted the sacred chalice, filled with wine, and offered it to the spirit of the lioness. As the sacred hymns echoed through the temple, a storm began to brew outside. The sky darkened, and the winds howled like a pack of wild animals. It was a sign from Sekhmet, a reminder that she was both protector and warrior. In that moment, the priestess could feel the onset of her divine magic, coursing through the very stones of the temple. The energy was electric, heightening the senses and drawing everyone's attention to the impending presence of the lioness goddess. Outside, the people huddled together, their hearts pounding in unison. They whispered prayers to Sekhmet, hoping for her favor. The earth trembled beneath their feet, a reminder of her power. The fierce winds carried their fears into the heavens, each prayer rising like smoke from a burning flame. As if in response, the skies opened and rain began to fall, a torrential downpour that soaked the sand and filled the air with the scent of fresh earth. But for some, the storm brought more than just fear. Invading forces, lurking at the borders of Egypt, sensed the chaos and saw an opportunity. They readied their weapons, emboldened by the turmoil. Their eyes gleamed with greed, their hearts blinded by ambition. They had no knowledge of the wrath they were about to unleash. With the winds carrying the scent of battle, Sekhmet's roar echoed once more, reverberating through the valley. It was a sound that stirred the blood of every Egyptian warrior, awakening their courage and igniting a fire within their hearts. They tightened their grips around their spears and swords, knowing that the lioness goddess had answered their calls. She would not let her people fall into darkness. In that moment, the battlefield was alive with intensity. Warriors charged forward, their faces painted with the colors of Sekhmet, their bodies moving like a well-oiled machine. They were not just fighting for their land. They were fighting for the very essence of their goddess, the spirit of the lioness who roamed the heavens and the earth. Each clash of metal, each war cry echoed the power of Sekhmet's protective magic, a balm for their spirits amidst the chaos. The invaders, taken aback by the ferocity of the Egyptians, faltered for just a heartbeat. It was a heartbeat that echoed the pulse of Sekhmet herself, reminding them that they were up against something far greater than mere men. As the tides of battle turned, the priestess, still in the temple, felt the energy shift. Sekhmet watched, her fierce gaze locking onto the unfolding events, her magic intertwining with the hearts of the warriors. And as the lioness prowled through the shadows, her protective magic surged like waves, lifting the spirits of the brave and striking fear into the hearts of the cowardly. She was not just a deity. She was the embodiment of an entire civilization's strength, a force of nature that would stop at nothing to defend what was rightfully hers. In the distance, the clash of swords and the cries of warriors filled the air, a symphony of battle that resonated deep within the souls of those who dared to worship her. In that moment, the lioness was not just a goddess. She was life itself, ferocious and protective, a reminder that no matter how dark the world became, the light of her magic would always shine through, guiding the warriors, shielding the innocent, and striking down those who threatened the peace of Egypt. The storm raged on, and the battle continued, an eternal struggle between light and dark, guided by the fierce heart of Sekhmet, the lioness who would never abandon her children. A chilling wind swept through the dimly lit corridors of ancient tombs, carrying whispers of the past. Flickering torches cast eerie shadows on the stone walls, chronicling the eternal struggle between life and death. Here, in the silence, Anubis reigned supreme, with the head of a jackal and a body that radiated both authority and mystery. He stood as the eternal guardian of the underworld, a protector of souls navigating the treacherous journey after death. In the bustling marketplaces of ancient Thebes, merchants bartered for goods, their voices blending into a cacophony of life. Yet, amidst laughter and chatter, the specter of Anubis loomed. Every heart that beat in the throbbing city knew the ultimate fate awaiting them. When the time came, the weight of their choices would lead them before Anubis, who would weigh their hearts against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth. A single misstep, a moment of regret, and the soul could be devoured by Ammit, the fearsome beast that awaited the unworthy. As dusk enveloped the land, shadows grew longer. In temples adorned with intricate hieroglyphs, priests gathered to perform sacred rituals aimed at appeasing the god. Their chants echoed through the night, a haunting melody that twisted and turned, echoing off the walls like the mournful cries of lost souls. They believed that through sacred practices and offerings, Anubis could be swayed to guide the deceased safely to the afterlife. Each ritual was pure magic, a dance with destiny steeped in the ancient beliefs of the Egyptians. The air thickened with incense as the priests prepared for the night of the weighing. Candles flickered, illuminating the face of the high priest who wore a mask of solemnity. With each word of incantation, they summoned the spirit of Anubis, calling forth his essence to bless the sacred rites. The tension in the temple was palpable. A silence gripped the crowd, and they could almost feel the presence of the god wrapping around them like a cool embrace. On that night, a soul was to be judged. A young man, barely an adult, had met his end too soon. His life had been filled with laughter and dreams, but shadows of regret trailed behind him. As he lay on the cold stone slab, Anubis's spirit hovered close, unseen yet unmistakable. The priests began the sacred rites, their voices rising in fervor. They offered fruits, grains, and incense, hoping to catch the attention of the ancient deity. The young man's heart raced as he listened to the prayers, feeling the weight of his past choices settle heavily upon his chest. The moment arrived when the high priest lifted the heart and placed it delicately on one side of the scale, the feather on the other. The room held its breath. Would the scales balance? Would Anubis see the light within the youth's heart, or would the darkness consume him? The young man's thoughts spiraled, filled with the moments of his life, the laughter shared with friends, the kindness extended to strangers, but also the mistakes and moments of cruelty that made his heart heavier. Suddenly, a shiver raced through the temple. Anubis, the silent judge, was there. He was more than just a protector. He was the embodiment of every soul's fear and hope. The flickering candles seemed to dance in response to his presence, casting erratic shadows that twisted like the very essence of life itself. He was not merely a figure of the underworld, but a symbol of the delicate balance that governed human existence. The scales tilted ever so slightly, the heart's weight threatening to plunge into oblivion. But then, something miraculous happened. As the priests continued their chants, the feather shimmered with an otherworldly glow, infused with the prayers of those who had come before. The young man felt a rush of warmth, a connection to the divine. Just as despair threatened to envelop him, a surge of hope ignited within his spirit. Anubis watched, his piercing gaze filled with understanding and compassion. In that charged moment, the line between life and death blurred. The past played before the young man's eyes like the flickering flames, illuminating the choices he had made. Each decision, every act of kindness, every moment of love whispered from the recesses of his memory. Anubis was not just a guardian of the dead, he was a guide, revealing the truth that lay beneath the surface of human experience. The magic of the moment surged, intertwining fate and free will, leaving everyone in the temple spellbound. Then the scales finally settled, an equilibrium born from the essence of the young man's experiences. The priests gasped as they witnessed the miracle. Anubis, with his ancient wisdom, recognized the balance of the heart. With a graceful motion, he extended his hand, a gesture of acceptance, inviting the young man towards the light of the afterlife. As the crowd erupted into hushed murmurs, the high priest praised Anubis, extolling the virtues of compassion and understanding. The energy in the temple pulsed like a living entity, charged with the weight of transformation. In that sacred space, a bond formed between the living and the dead, woven together by the threads of magic that flowed from Anubis's very being. The enchantment lingered, and the night deepened, thick with the scent of incense and the rhythm of whispered prayers. The underworld awaited, shadows shifting and swirling like the breath of the earth itself. Each soul that passed through Anubis's domain carried a piece of the living world with them, a reminder that life was but a fleeting moment in the vast tapestry of existence. In another corner of the city, A witch gathered herbs in the glow of moonlight, her heart racing with the power of the old magic. She knew of Anubis, the guardian who could help her commune with the spirits. She sought his favor, longing to connect with those who had departed. With each herb she whispered secrets of love and loss, weaving spells that would carry her voice to the underworld. The moon shone brightly, illuminating her path and igniting a spark of determination within her. Anubis would recognize her intentions, and she was ready to face whatever challenges awaited. The connections between realms pulsed with life, each thread leading back to the eternal guardian, Anubis. The night was alive with possibilities, and as the witch prepared to call upon his name, the air crackled with electric anticipation. In that moment, the past, present, and future intertwined, creating a tapestry woven with hope, magic, and the undeniable presence of Anubis, the keeper of souls. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient tomb, the air is thick with the scent of myrrh and incense. Shadows dance across the walls, each flicker whispering secrets of a long-lost civilization. Here lies the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells etched into papyrus that once cradled the hopes and fears of those who sought a path through the afterlife. Each line, each symbol holds the weight of belief, a testament to humanity's eternal quest to understand what lies beyond the veil of death. As the sun sets over the Nile, casting its golden glow, the ancient Egyptians prepared for a journey unlike any other. They believed that death was not an end, but a passage. The Book of the Dead served as a guide, a sacred map for the soul navigating the treacherous waters of the afterlife. It contained spells that promised protection against the challenges faced by the deceased, ensuring safe passage to the field of reeds, a paradise where the soul could live in peace. In the stillness of the night, the words of the spells come alive. "Oh, Osiris, grant me safe passage," one might have whispered, their voice barely above a breath, echoing through the corridors of time. These incantations were not merely words on a page, they were a lifeline, a desperate plea to the gods who ruled over the realm of the dead. They were composed with precision, each syllable steeped in significance, weaving together the fabric of hope and fear. Historians believe that the origins of the Book of the Dead can be traced back to the pyramid texts, ancient inscriptions found in the tombs of the pharaohs. Over centuries, these texts evolved, becoming more accessible to the common people. The spells were written in hieroglyphs, symbols that danced across the papyrus like the very souls they aimed to protect. Each spell was tailored to meet the needs of the individual, reflecting their life, their deeds, and their desires. This personalization created an intimate bond between the living and the deceased, a connection that transcended mortality. Among the many spells, one stands out for its haunting beauty, the weighing of the heart. Here the soul stands before Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice, and its heart is weighed against a feather. If the heart is lighter, the soul earns a place in the afterlife. If it is heavier, it faces annihilation. The tension is palpable. The moment hangs in the air like a fragile crystal, teetering on the edge of fate. As the heart is placed on the scales, the silence is deafening, each heartbeat echoing the gravity of the moment. What deeds will be remembered? What truths will be revealed? It was believed that the Book of the Dead could even provide the deceased with companions. Spells called upon deities to join the departed in their journey, offering guidance and protection against the demons of the underworld. These companions included the jackal-headed Anubis, the guardian of tombs, and the fierce Sekhmet, known for her protective nature. The living painted these deities in vibrant colors on the walls of tombs, creating a sanctuary filled with divine presence. The fear of the unknown was quelled by the promise of guidance, weaving a tapestry of faith and reassurance. As dusk enveloped the land, families gathered in the dim light of their homes, reading from their own copies of the Book of the Dead. The soft murmur of prayers filled the air, a rhythmic chant of love and longing. The words, spoken with fervor, bridge the gap between the living and the deceased. They sought to honor their loved ones, to ensure that their journey was not lonely but filled with companionship and support. Each recitation was a thread woven into the fabric of eternity, a promise that love endures beyond the boundaries of life. The Book of the Dead was not just a tool for the dead, it was a reflection of life. Each spell encapsulated the essence of what it meant to be human: fear, hope, regret, and the longing for connection. It told stories of lives lived, of triumphs and failures, of the joys and sorrows that painted the human experience. The language was simple yet profound, resonating with anyone who dared to dream of a life beyond the grave. The excitement and anticipation of a new journey, the bittersweet farewell, were palpable in the hearts of the living. They understood that death was not a final goodbye but a new beginning. With each turn of the papyrus, they were reminded of their own mortality and the legacy they would leave behind. Some spells urged the deceased to remember their earthly ties, to ensure that their family would remain secure and prosperous. The emotional weight of these spells was immense, echoing the love and devotion that would persist, like the gentle flow of the Nile. As the moon cast its silvery light upon the ancient land, the words of the Book of the Dead shimmered with an ethereal glow. They were a reminder that every life is a story, each chapter filled with laughter and tears, victories and losses. The legacy of the Book of the Dead transcended mere pages. It became a living testament to the human spirit's resilience and hope. The ink may have faded, but the emotions it captured remained vibrant, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. Among the spells, there existed one that promised resurrection, a tantalizing promise that ignited the imagination. The thought of reuniting with loved ones, of experiencing the wonders of the afterlife, filled the hearts of the faithful with joy. The air was electric with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality would bend to their will. This spell, a hopeful whisper, lingered in the minds of many, a beacon guiding them toward their futures. In the shadows of the tomb, the Book of the Dead awaited those who dared to speak its words, who sought to understand the mysteries that lay beyond. The echoes of chants, the prayers of the faithful, the hopes of the living, all mingled in a haunting melody that transcended time. The legacy of the Book of the Dead, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, would continue to ripple through the ages, a reminder that the quest for understanding and connection knows no bounds. The journey through the afterlife waits, and the whispers of the past beckon, drawing the living ever closer to the mysteries that await. The air was thick with anticipation, a heavy mist that clung to the ancient stones of the temple. Sunlight filtered through the cracks, casting shadows that danced like whispers of long-lost souls. A flickering torch illuminated the figures gathered around the ceremonial altar, their faces a tapestry of hope and dread. They had come here not just to witness, but to believe. In the center, a lifeless body lay, its features serene yet haunting, wrapped in linen that obscured the journey it had taken from life to death. The priests, adorned in shimmering robes of gold and azure, surrounded the remains, their eyes glinting with a mix of reverence and urgency. Today was no ordinary day. Today, they would perform the ritual of the opening of the mouth, a sacred act believed to breathe life back into the husk of this once vibrant being. The ritual was steeped in history, echoing through the ages like a distant drumbeat. It was the very essence of the Egyptian belief in the afterlife, that the soul needed to be awakened to speak and eat in the realm beyond. With every intricate movement, each gesture carried the weight of centuries of tradition. The priests began to chant in ancient tongues, their voices rising and falling in a mesmerizing rhythm that seemed to coalesce with the very air itself. As they raised their hands, the onlookers felt a frisson of excitement electrify the atmosphere. A scribe stood to the side, recording every detail on papyrus with careful strokes, preserving the moment for eternity. His ink flowed like blood onto the parchment, capturing the urgency of an act that transcended time. The energy in the room pulsed, a living thing as it mingled with the scent of incense swirling like mist around them. The chief priest stepped forward, his face a mask of solemnity. He lifted a ceremonial implement, resembling a small, sharp adze, glimmering ominously in the flickering light. This was the opening tool, the key to the restoration of voice and breath. The gathered crowd collectively held their breath, their hearts drumming in their chests as he approached the body. With meticulous precision, he touched the implement to the mouth of the deceased. The sound of the chant swelled, resonating like thunder in the hollow space. The moment stretched, time itself holding its breath, waiting for the magic to unfold. It was said that this gesture would grant the departed the ability to speak in the afterlife, to call upon loved ones and share their wisdom once more. As the blade made contact, a shiver ran through the crowd, a collective gasp escaping their lips. The ancient words flowed from the priests like a river, echoing off the stone walls and reaching into the very fabric of reality. The power of their belief seemed to thrum in the air, a palpable force that could almost be touched. Tears glistened in the eyes of some onlookers, each one knowing that this was both an end and a beginning. The deceased had lived, loved, and laughed. Now, they were on the precipice of returning. For the magic of the ritual was believed to bridge the chasm between life and death. With each subsequent movement, the priests continued their sacred task. They raised their voices, their chants weaving in and out like threads in a tapestry, binding the spirit to the body once more. Every syllable resonated with the potency of unbridled devotion, invoking the gods who watched over this fragile moment. The air was electric, charged with hope, despair, and the sheer weight of what was at stake. The chief priest lifted his hands toward the heavens, beseeching the gods for their mercy. He called upon Osiris, the god of the afterlife, whose very essence embodied resurrection. The crowd felt a chill, as if the air thickened with unseen presences. They knew that to invoke such powers came with consequences, but desperation clouded their minds. With a flick of his wrist, the chief priest lowered his hands and turned his attention back to the body. He pierced the shroud with the adze, delicately tracing the outlines of the mouth, whispering sacred incantations that promised rebirth. A strange hush enveloped the gathering, an almost sacred silence where hope flickered like a candle fighting against the wind. As the final words fell from the priest's lips, a tremor rippled through the body. For a moment, disbelief gripped the crowd. Then, slowly, the mouth began to move, an imperceptible shift that sent ripples of astonishment through the onlookers. The pulse of life seemed to awaken within the stillness, the fabric of reality bending to the will of the ritual. Gasps filled the air, a chorus of disbelief and wonder as the priests held their breath, suspended in the moment. The very air felt charged, heavy with the weight of possibilities. All eyes remained glued to the figure on the altar, hearts pounding in rhythm with the ancient chants that reverberated around them. In that split second, the boundary between the living and the dead began to blur, and the whispers of the past echoed in the minds of those present. Would the deceased speak? Would they share tales of their journey beyond? Or would they remain locked in silence, a reminder of the fragile thread that bound them to this world? Suddenly, a voice, soft and unsteady, broke through the silence, echoing like a haunting melody. "I am here." The simplicity of the words carried the weight of eternity. Shock rippled through the crowd, tears of joy spilling down sun-kissed cheeks. The living breathed in unison, hearts entwined in a tapestry of emotions as the impossible unfolded before their eyes. The priests exchanged glances, their faces alight with triumph and fear. Would the spirit remain? Would the magic endure? The air crackled with tension as the voice continued, each word a thread weaving the tapestry of life. Death and rebirth. In that moment, the veil between worlds thinned, bridging the gap that had once seemed insurmountable. The priest's chant faded into a whisper, But the voice persisted, growing stronger, more resolute. "I live again." And in that declaration lay a promise that echoed through the ages, a testament to the power of faith, the magic of the ritual, and the unyielding bond between life and the afterlife. The crowd stood transfixed, bound by the threads of this moment, ready to embrace whatever came next. In the flickering glow of torches, shadows danced against the cool stone walls of a hidden chamber beneath the sands of Egypt, where whispers of ancient secrets mingled with the scent of incense. A figure cloaked in linen, adorned with symbols of wisdom and power, meticulously ground precious minerals, their intentions as enigmatic as the hieroglyphs lining the chamber. This was the sacred art of alchemy, a practice shrouded in mystery, where the mundane met the divine, and transformation was not merely a physical act, but a spiritual one. As the moonlight filtered through a small opening in the ceiling, reflecting off a bowl filled with a shimmering liquid, the air thickened with anticipation. The alchemist, known only as Thutmose, was on the brink of unveiling a secret that could alter the very fabric of existence. His heart raced with the weight of centuries of knowledge passed down through generations. The Egyptians believed that every element held a soul, a spirit waiting to be awakened. Gold, the color of the sun, was more than just a metal. It symbolized immortality, a bridge to the godly realm. He paused, fingers trembling as he added a pinch of crushed lapis lazuli to the mixture. The vibrant blue swirled in the liquid like a glimpse into the heavens. It was said that this gem could open the door to enlightenment, allowing the alchemist to commune with the gods themselves. But with great power came great danger. The tales spoke of those who had sought to harness these powers and were lost to madness, consumed by what they could not control. Thutmose's mind drifted to the stories of his ancestors, of the great Imhotep, who had mastered the art of transformation, bending nature to his will. Legends swirled around him, tales of creating life from lifelessness, of turning base metals into gold. Yet beneath the grandeur lay a truth that few dared to explore. The alchemical process was not just about physical transformation, it was a journey into the depths of the human soul. Outside the chamber, the desert wind howled, a reminder of the relentless passage of time. As Thutmose stirred the concoction, the shadows deepened, and he felt a presence, a reminder of the unseen forces at play. He was not alone. The air crackled with energy, and for a fleeting moment, he was transported to the sacred sites of ancient temples where priests conducted rituals, invoking the gods for blessings. He could feel their eyes upon him, guiding him, watching every move. With a steady hand, Thutmose retrieved a small vial, its glass smooth and cool against his palm. It was said that the elixir held the essence of life itself, a gift from Osiris, the god of the afterlife. As he prepared to pour the glowing liquid into the mixture, a chill swept through the chamber. The walls seemed to breathe, and the air thickened with the weight of unspoken words. Time slowed, and he could sense the heartbeat of the universe, a pulse that echoed the very nature of existence. He whispered an incantation, the ancient words flowing like a river from his lips. The room vibrated, the torches flickering wildly as if in response to his plea. The mixture began to bubble, releasing tendrils of mist that curled around him, wrapping him in a shroud of mystery. Was he on the brink of enlightenment, or had he strayed too far into forbidden realms? The boundaries of reality seemed to blur. Memories of past lives flickered in his mind, visions of grand pyramids under construction, the cries of laborers mingling with the chants of priests, the relentless march of time. With each drop that fell into the bowl, he felt the weight of destiny resting upon him, a burden of knowledge that could either elevate humanity or lead it to ruin. Just then, the ground beneath him trembled, a reminder of the restless spirits that lingered in the shadows. Thutmose's heart raced as he sensed the ancient energies swirling around him, a tempest of emotion and power. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices blending into a haunting melody. They sang of transformations, of the thin veil between life and death, and the alchemical path that bridged both realms. His vision blurred, and he was pulled into a realm that defied description. Colors danced around him, swirling in a cosmic ballet, each hue resonating with emotions long buried. He saw the faces of those who had come before him, alchemists who had sought the same truths, their eyes filled with determination and despair. The weight of their legacy pressed against him. And for a moment he understood their struggles, their sacrifices. But then, darkness loomed. Shadows coalesced, swirling around him like a storm, their whispers now a menacing howl. The very fabric of his existence felt fragile, threatening to unravel. Thutmose leaned over the bowl, the mixture now a swirling vortex of colors, and he felt the urge to plunge into it, to become one with the chaos. The moment was electric, pulsing with raw emotion. He could taste the air, rich with the essence of ancient wisdom, and hear the call of the unknown. Would he dare take the final step into transformation? Was he prepared to face the consequences of wielding such power? In the depths of his soul, he could feel the struggle, the push and pull between light and darkness. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in the mixture, a blinding flash erupted, illuminating the chamber in brilliant gold. The echoes of history collided with the present, and Thutmose found himself surrounded by visions of gods and demons, each vying for his attention. The air crackled with energy, a testament to the eternal struggle between creation and destruction. In this moment, the lines between past and present blurred, revealing the profound truth that the secrets of alchemy were not just about physical transformations, but the very essence of humanity itself. The yearning for immortality, the quest for knowledge, and the eternal dance between life and death. Thutmose stood at the precipice, teetering on the brink of understanding, when suddenly a voice thundered through the chaos. It was a voice both ancient and wise, echoing the words of those who had walked this path before him. Transformation awaits, but the price must be paid. With that, the world around him began to shift, the shadows pulling him into an abyss of uncertainty, where the secrets of alchemy awaited, concealed yet tantalizingly close. And just like that, the journey of transformation spiraled forward, revealing layers of existence yet untold. Under the canopy of a star-studded sky, the air crackled with the energy of 1,000 unspoken words. Shadows danced beneath the flickering flames of a ritual fire, casting eerie shapes on the earth, and the rhythmic beat of drums echoed like the heartbeat of an ancient world. This was a gathering unlike any other, a confluence of energies that transcended the ordinary, a sacred communion where the essence of masculine and feminine intertwined like vines embracing an old oak. Throughout history, the roles of men and women in magic have shifted like the phases of the moon, sometimes standing in stark contrast to one another, other times merging into a harmonious unity. In ancient Egypt, priests and priestesses held powerful roles, embodying both aspects of divinity. The male priests, adorned with symbols of strength, called upon the gods with voices that resonated like thunder, while the female priestesses, draped in flowing linen, evoked the grace of the Nile, weaving spells that nurtured life and healing. As the fire crackled and the air shimmered with anticipation, one could feel the weight of centuries pressing against the present. It was in these moments that the boundaries of gender roles began to blur, revealing a tapestry rich with stories of strength, tenderness, defiance, and surrender. In the folklore of the Celts, the goddess Brigid, a figure of fire and fertility, embodied both the fierce warrior and the gentle healer. Her duality spoke to the ancient belief that true power lies in balance, a concept that echoed across cultures and time. Among the participants in the gathering, a woman named Alina stood at the edge of the firelight. Her dark hair fell like a waterfall down her back, and her eyes shimmered with an intensity that was both inviting and fierce. She had spent years studying the arts, crafting potions with the careful precision of a surgeon and wielding incantations that could bend the very fabric of reality. Yet it was her deep connection to the earth, her nurturing spirit, that made her truly formidable. In the shadows, men watched her, some with admiration, others with skepticism, unsure of a world where feminine energy held the same weight as masculine. Through the ages, such tensions had erupted in various forms. In medieval Europe, witches, predominantly women, were hunted and persecuted, their powers feared and misunderstood. The patriarchal lens cast them as the enemy, a stark contrast to the revered male alchemists who transformed lead into gold. Those who practiced magic were often confined to the roles society deemed appropriate, yet the whispers of power continue to traverse the lines of gender, seeking balance like a tightrope walker inching along a precarious path. As the fire blazed brighter, a man named Lucian stepped forward, drawn by Alina's energy. He was aware of the stories that had been told about him, a lineage steeped in warrior tradition, skilled in combat and strategy. Yet, like Alina, he carried within him a yearning for the softer aspects of existence, an urge to connect, to heal, to create. Standing side by side, their differences sparked a tension that was electric, a powerful reminder that the dance of masculine and feminine is not one of opposition, but of essential harmony. In the depths of their shared energy, the gathering felt the weight of unspoken histories. The East revered the yin and yang, a philosophy that emphasized the necessity of balance, where neither force overpowered the other. Yet, in many societies, the masculine had often dominated the narrative, while the feminine was relegated to the shadows. The stories of powerful women were buried under layers of silence, their voices dimmed like candle flames in a storm. But here, in this circle, the winds whispered of change. The drumming grew louder, a heartbeat in sync with the lifeblood of the earth, urging the two energies to mingle and flourish. Alina raised her hands, fingers weaving patterns in the air, her voice rising in a chant that called upon the spirits of the ancients. Lucian joined her, his voice harmonizing with hers, a symphony of sound that stirred the night. The flames danced higher, licking the night sky, casting a spell of unity that wrapped around everyone present. The men and women stood shoulder to shoulder, the barriers of history dissolving in the warmth of shared purpose. In that moment, they were not defined by their gender, but by their intent, their strength entwined like the roots of a mighty tree. Through the ages, it had been said that magic requires a balance of energies, a truth whispered by shamans in sacred circles and echoed by wise women in secret covens. The harmony of masculine and feminine was not merely a concept, it was a living, breathing force, capable of shaping destinies and bending the arc of history. Here, within the glow of the fire, that force thrummed with life. Yet, as the night deepened, shadows loomed on the edges of the circle. The past, with its burdens and biases, threatened to intrude, stirring unease in the hearts of some. Could they truly find balance? Could the energies coexist without the weight of societal expectations? Whispers of doubt flickered like the embers in the fire, breathing life into fears long held. But Alina and Lucian, strengthened by the fire's glow, refused to yield. They understood that the magic they conjured was not just about personal power. It was about collective energy and shared responsibility. The strength of the masculine, with its foundation in action and protection, could propel the nurturing intuitive essence of the feminine, igniting a force that could heal the rifts of history and illuminate the darkest corners of the human experience. As they chanted, the air thickened with a palpable energy, weaving together the threads of their intentions. The boundaries of past and present faded, and in their unity, they glimpsed visions of a world where power was not confined to one gender, where strength and compassion flowed freely, unfettered by old constraints. They felt the stirrings of a new magic, one that could illuminate paths previously unseen, connecting every soul gathered there in a tapestry of possibility. With each beat of the drums, the gathering leaned closer, hearts pounding with a shared rhythm, each pulse echoing a promise of transformation. Alina and Lucian, anchored by the fire's glow, forged ahead, knowing that the dance of energies, masculine and feminine, was just beginning to unfold. The night was far from over, and the magic they dared to create could ripple outward, touching lives and reshaping destinies in ways yet to be imagined. The air buzzed with anticipation as they stepped forward, ready to weave a new story into the fabric of existence, unbound by the chains of the past, an awakening waiting to be ignited. Words held a power that danced in the air like a whisper, echoing through the ancient halls of temples where priests and priestesses gathered. In the days of old Egypt, the very essence of Heka was understood as the force behind creation, the magic woven into the fabric of language. It was said that the gods themselves spoke the world into existence, their voices weaving light from darkness, order from chaos. The air was thick with echoes of their divine utterances, a tangible energy that thrummed with the promise of possibility. In bustling marketplaces, sellers shouted their wares, their voices rising above the clamor of haggling. Yet it was the words of the wise that held the true magic. Scribes, with ink-stained fingers and furrowed brows, etched hieroglyphs onto papyrus, each symbol imbued with meaning far beyond the written form. Their ink was not just a tool, it was a conduit for Heka, a bridge between the mortal realm and the divine. The people believed that to write was to invoke power, to transform thoughts into reality. Among the towering obelisks and grand pyramids, a young apprentice named Khepri learned the ancient art of invocation, under the watchful eye of his mentor, an aged priest with a voice like thunder and a heart as gentle as the Nile. Khepri began to grasp the significance of his teacher's words. "Each syllable, my son, is a spell," the priest would say, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, a way to reach beyond the veil of this world. Khepri couldn't shake the feeling that buried beneath the surface of everyday life lay a world of enchantment, waiting to be unearthed. He often found himself wandering the quiet chambers of the temple, tracing the intricate carvings that told stories of gods and mortals, each line a reminder of the power that words could wield. In the stillness, he could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, their voices intermingling with the shadows cast by flickering torches. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Khepri discovered a hidden scroll tucked away in a forgotten corner of the temple. It was fragile, its edges frayed, yet the symbols glowed with an otherworldly light. His fingers trembled as he unraveled it, revealing a series of incantations long thought lost to time. The air around him shimmered as if responding to the very presence of the magic it contained. With each word he read aloud, Khepri felt a surge of energy coursing through him. The walls vibrated, and the temperature of the room shifted, as if the gods themselves were listening, intrigued by the invocation of ancient language. The very atmosphere crackled with potential, and Khepri's heart raced with exhilaration. But the thrill of discovery was soon overshadowed by a heavy weight of uncertainty. What consequences might arise from speaking these words that had lain dormant for centuries? In that moment of doubt, shadows flitted at the edges of his vision, dark figures moving with purpose. They were guardians of the temple, protectors of its secrets, and Khepri realized he was not alone. The voice of his mentor echoed in his mind, warning him of the delicate balance between creation and destruction, between knowledge and ignorance. As he stood frozen, caught between the unknown magic of the scroll and the very real threat of the guardians, Khepri understood that Heka was not a mere tool. It was a force that demanded respect. Words could heal or harm, create or obliterate. In the wrong hands, they could unleash chaos upon the world. Suddenly, he remembered the stories of those who had dared to wield such power recklessly. their names lost to the annals of history, their fates sealed in silence. The tension in the air thickened, and Khepri's heart pounded against his chest. The guardians advanced, their expressions stoic, yet the flicker of curiosity shone in their eyes. They were drawn to the magic awakening in the temple, to the trembling energy that filled the air. Not understanding their intentions, Khepri felt a swell of fear, and with a deep breath, he spoke the words of protection that had been inscribed on the very walls surrounding him. "May the light shield me, may the shadows retreat." The language flowed from his lips, a melodic incantation that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the temple. The guardians paused, their movements arrested by the ancient chant. Eyes wide with surprise, they no longer seemed like mere watchers. They were now players in a dance of fate, entranced by the very essence of Heka. The scroll pulsed in Khepri's hands, as if urging him to continue the incantation. He felt a shift within himself, a connection to something greater than his own being. In that moment, he realized he was not just an apprentice. He was a vessel of magic, a conduit of words that could shape the world around him. The guardians, too, were caught in the web of his power, their intentions shifting as they sensed the raw energy swirling around them. In that charged atmosphere, everything seemed to hang in the balance. The ancient magic of Heka stirred, weaving itself into the fabric of the moment, creating a tapestry of potential that stretched beyond the confines of time and space. Khepri, filled with a blend of fear and exhilaration, understood that the power of words was a double-edged sword. The guardians were no longer adversaries. They were allies who recognized the weight of the incantation he had invoked. The air crackled as their gazes locked, and Khepri felt an unspoken understanding pass between them. They were all part of the same story, bound by the magic that flowed through their veins. As the last notes of the incantation faded, a profound silence enveloped the temple, a pregnant pause before the inevitable consequences of Heka would unfold. Each soul present stood on the precipice of change, their fates intertwined, waiting for the next word to be spoken, the next spell to be cast. In this charged moment, the echoes of the past intertwined with the whispers of the future, and the true secret of Heka lingered just out of reach, a tantalizing mystery that would shape not only Khepri's destiny, but the very fate of the world itself. The scroll pulsed beneath his fingers, and the shadows danced eagerly at the edges of the chamber, craving the next word, the next spell, the next act of creation that would send ripples through the fabric of existence. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over a field bursting with wildflowers. A gentle breeze whispered through the blossoms, carrying with it the scent of earth and longing. It was here, amidst nature's vibrant display, that countless generations had gathered to commune with the forces of life. In every culture, every corner of the world, hearts beat in sync with the rhythms of the earth, yearning for the promise of fertility and abundance. In ancient Egypt, the Nile flowed like a lifeline, a sacred artery that sustained the land. Here, women would gather at the banks of the river, their voices rising in a melodic chant that echoed off the water. They would weave delicate baskets of reeds, filling them with grains and honey, offerings to Hathor, the goddess of love and fertility. Under the watchful eye of the stars, they would light candles made of pure beeswax, each flickering flame symbolizing a wish for new life. As the candles burned, the night air thick with anticipation, they felt the pulse of the universe, each heartbeat a reminder of their deep connection to the natural world. Traveling eastward, the ancient Greeks turned to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and protector of women. In sacred groves, where the trees stood tall and proud, women would gather for a ritual known as the thesmophoria. They would bury seeds in the earth, symbolizing their hopes for both fertility in the fields and in their homes. The night would be filled with laughter and whispers, the air heavy with a mixture of fear and excitement as they invoked the goddess to bless their wombs and bring forth abundance. In the chilly northern reaches, the Norse people turned to Freya, the goddess of love and fertility. During the spring equinox, they would construct altars of flowers and herbs, offerings to entice the goddess to bless their crops and families. As the sun returned, warming the land, couples would dance around the fires, their movements wild and passionate, invoking the spirit of life in every leap and twirl. The flames would flicker, casting shadows that danced alongside them, an eternal reminder of the bond between earth and spirit. Farther west, in the vibrant cultures of the Americas, fertility rituals took on a unique form. The Native American tribes, in their deep reverence for the earth, would perform a ceremony known as the Green Corn Festival. As the first ears of corn peeked through the soil, communities would gather for days, feasting and praying. They would craft intricate corn husk dolls, each representing a child hoped for in the future, and place them in sacred circles. The air would be filled with the sound of drums, the heartbeat of the earth, guiding them toward a future rich with promise and potential. In Africa, where the sun blazed overhead, the rituals of fertility were steeped in color and sound. Among the Yoruba people, there's a goddess named Ocean, revered for her beauty and nurturing spirit. Women would adorn themselves in vibrant yellow and gold, symbolizing the sun's life-giving energy. They would dance by the riverbank, their hips swaying to the rhythm of the drums, each step echoing their hopes and dreams. Offerings of fruits and flowers would be cast into the water, prayers for abundance rippling outward, mingling with the currents of life. Across the seas in Asia, the Chinese celebrated the Lunar New Year with rituals steeped in symbolism and hope. Families would gather to clean their homes, sweeping away old energy to make way for new beginnings. They would hang red banners and lanterns, each inscribed with wishes for fertility and prosperity. The sound of firecrackers would fill the air, a cacophony of noise to scare away evil spirits, while children would perform lion dances, embodying the spirit of abundance and joy. In these moments, laughter rang like bells, echoing through the valleys as hearts filled with hope and the promise of new life. As the wheel of time turned, these rituals evolved, but the essence remained, the unwavering belief in the connection between human intention and the bounty of the earth. Women, in every corner of the globe, continued to gather in circles, their hands joined in unity, their voices raised in powerful incantations that echoed through the ages. Each chant, each prayer, a thread woven into the tapestry of shared experience, binding them to one another across the vast expanse of time. In the shadows of stone temples in India, the goddess Lakshmi was invoked with vibrant marigolds and shimmering coins, her blessing sought for both fertility and prosperity. Women would paint their palms with henna, intricate designs telling stories of their hopes and dreams. They would light oil lamps, casting a warm glow that danced on the walls, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. The air would shimmer with the scent of spices and sweet treats, a feast for the senses, as they prayed for abundance not just in their own lives but for their communities as well. The rhythmic heartbeat of these rituals thrummed through the ages, connecting past and present, echoing in the hopes of each participant. Each woman, with her heart laid bare, became a conduit for the dreams of generations, channeling the energy of her ancestors who had walked the same path, under the same stars, their whispers carried on the wind. And as the moon waxed and waned, she watched in awe as the cycles of life unfolded around her. The rituals were not mere traditions, they were lifelines, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. With every seed planted and every prayer uttered, the earth responded, nurturing not only the crops but the very essence of hope that resided in the hearts of those who dared to dream. In every corner of the world, the essence of fertility and abundance transformed not just the physical realm, but the very fabric of their lives, creating a rich tapestry that interwove their stories, desires, and futures. And as the shadows lengthened and the stars twinkled overhead, the rituals continued. a sacred dance that would forever echo through time, binding the dreams of the past with the aspirations of the future. The full moon hung low in the night sky, casting a silvery light across the banks of the Nile, where whispers of ancient spells and incantations drifted like the soft rustle of reeds in the wind. In this enchanting world, magic was not merely a figment of imagination. It pulsated through the very veins of the earth, intertwining the destinies of nations and peoples. Here, Nubians and Greeks stood shoulder to shoulder, merging their beliefs and practices like the waters of two mighty rivers converging into one. At the core of that mystical exchange was a profound respect for the power of the unseen. Nubian priests, cloaked in rich fabrics dyed with the colors of the earth, gathered under the moonlight to invoke the spirits of their ancestors. Their chants, woven with the ancient language of Meroitic, echoed off the stones of temples, each syllable a note in a sacred symphony. They believed that the spirits of the past walked among them, ready to lend their strength in times of need. The air was thick with tension as they prayed for protection against evil, drawing from the earth's energy and the wisdom of centuries. Across the banks, the Greeks, known for their philosophy and exploration, approached magic differently. Their rituals were marked by the careful study of nature, a blend of science and sorcery. In the flickering light of oil lamps, they gathered to discuss the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus, a figure who embodied the merging of Egyptian and Hellenistic thought. Potent symbols like the Ankh and the Eye of Horus danced across their scrolls, bridging the gap between physical reality and spiritual possibility. They spoke of the cosmos, of celestial bodies guiding the fates of men, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea. As the two cultures collided, the boundaries of belief began to blur. Nubian magic, rich with rituals involving animal sacrifices and offerings to the gods, intertwined with the Greco-Roman practice of using herbs and potions to invoke change. The stories of Isis and Osiris, filled with love and resurrection, found their way into the hearts of philosophers who debated the nature of life and death. The sacred text of the Egyptian Book of the Dead mingled with the Greek mysteries, crafting a narrative that transcended borders and bound the two peoples together in their quest for understanding. One could witness the palpable excitement in the air as the two cultures exchanged their secrets. In the dimly lit corners of bustling markets, traders displayed amulets etched with symbols that promised protection, wisdom, or even love. Women gathered to brew potions from native herbs, their laughter mingling with the scent of jasmine and myrrh. The air crackled with anticipation as stories of healing and empowerment spread like wildfire, each tale more fantastical than the last. It was a time when the ordinary became extraordinary, where every shadow seemed to whisper the names of gods long forgotten. Beneath the surface, however, the mingling of these traditions was not without its tensions. Conflicts arose over whose magic held the true power. As the Nubians sought to preserve their ancient practices, the Greeks pushed for logic and reason, often dismissing the mystical elements that had shaped the Nubian worldview for millennia. In the dim light of candlelit gatherings, sharp words flew like arrows, each side defending their beliefs with fervor. Yet each argument only added fuel to the fire, igniting a fusion of ideas that would shape the future of magic itself. In the midst of this cultural tempest, a young Nubian priestess named Aset found herself standing on the precipice of this magical convergence. With deep brown eyes that sparkled with curiosity, she felt the weight of her ancestors' expectations resting on her shoulders. Aset had been raised on the stories of her people, tales that sang of the great god Amun and the mighty Nile. But as she listened to the Greeks speak of the stars and their influence on fate, her heart raced with the allure of the unknown. With a trembling voice, Aset dared to speak in one of the gatherings, her words weaving through the air like incense rising from a sacred fire. What if we do not have to choose? What if both paths could lead us to the truth? Gasps rippled through the crowd, both Nubian and Greek, as her proposal hung in the air. Aset's boldness set the stage for a new chapter. one where the lines between cultures blurred into a beautiful tapestry of shared knowledge. The response was electric. A Greek philosopher, his forehead lined with the wisdom of age, stepped forward. "Perhaps the stars speak not just to us, but to you as well. Let us combine our learning, for knowledge is the light that dispels darkness." His words ignited a spark, creating a sense of unity that felt almost tangible. That night, as the stars twinkled above, Aset and her newfound friends began to experiment, mixing potions and sharing incantations, weaving together the threads of their magical practices into something uniquely powerful. As this new wave of magic took shape, the cities along the Nile became vibrant centers of learning, where scrolls filled with spells and rituals exchanged hands like precious treasures. Scholars traveled from distant lands, bringing with them stories of other cultures and their mystical traditions. The temples became alive with a blend of chants, each voice adding resonance to the sacred space, echoing the heartbeat of a world transformed. In the shadows, the gods watched, their presence felt in every heartbeat and breath. They saw the dedication of Aset and others like her, who dared to bridge worlds and create something new. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the heavens themselves held their breath, waiting to see how this unprecedented fusion of Nubian and Greco-Roman magic would unfold, knowing that the outcome would ripple through time for generations. And so the moon continued to wax and wane, a witness to the melding of two powerful cultures, a dance of magic and belief that would echo through the ages. The night was alive with possibilities, each moment charged with the unspoken promise that the journey of discovery and transformation was only just beginning, and the world was ready to receive the magic that would come from the union of hearts and minds. The moon hung low over the ancient land of Egypt, casting an ethereal glow over the pyramids that pierced the darkening sky. As shadows twisted and danced, the air crackled with an energy that spoke of secrets long forgotten. Beneath the tranquil surface of the Nile, currents swirled with stories of gods, kings, and the cosmic ballet that guided their fates. In this sacred space, the stars whispered the language of the divine, and the ancients listened, crafting a tapestry of astrology woven with magic and meaning. Egyptian astrology was not just a means of predicting the future, it was the very pulse of existence. The Egyptians believed that the alignment of celestial bodies had a direct influence on their lives. Each star, each planet, held a significance that transcended mere observation. It was a living, breathing force, capable of shaping destinies. They watched the sky with reverence, saw the patterns emerge, and understood that these celestial rhythms mirrored their own earthly struggles and triumphs. The Egyptians created a complex system of astrology, where each individual was aligned with a particular constellation based on their birth date. This was not merely a whimsical notion, but a deeply rooted belief that one's personality, fate, and even the course of one's life were intricately linked to the cosmos. The gods themselves were believed to have roles in this celestial scheme, each one ruling over aspects of human life and fate. Ra, the sun god, radiated light and life, while Osiris governed the afterlife, embodying resurrection and rebirth. Astrology was interwoven with their mythology, elevating its significance beyond the stars. It was said that the goddess Isis, revered as a great sorceress, could manipulate the stars to protect her people. Her stories were told in hushed tones, filled with awe and reverence. The ancient Egyptians believed that she had the power to alter the fabric of reality, bending the celestial order to her will, ensuring safety and fortune for those who honored her. This connection between the divine and the earthly was palpable, a bridge that could be crossed by those who understood the hidden signs. In temples adorned with intricate hieroglyphs, priests studied the skies with unwavering determination. They would record the movements of the stars, crafting charts that mapped the heavens above. These celestial maps were not just for observation. They were tools of magic. When a ruler sought guidance, the priests would consult these charts, interpreting the signs to advise on war, harvests, and even personal matters. Their knowledge was sacred, a gift from the gods that held immense power. The knowledge of astrology was closely guarded, bestowed only upon the initiated, who were sworn to secrecy. The significance of astrology extended beyond mere personal guidance. It was also a communal compass. Festivals were held to honor the celestial cycles, where the entire community would gather to celebrate the floods of the Nile that the stars foretold. The rising of Sirius, known as Sothis, marked the inundation that brought life to the parched earth, and this event was celebrated with joy and festivity. The alignment of stars was seen as a blessing, a reminder that they were part of a larger cosmic order, and it filled the hearts of the people with hope. But there was a darker side to the magical implications of astrology. The same stars that promised fortune also foretold doom. Omens were taken seriously, and misalignment could spell catastrophe. The Egyptians believed that neglecting the celestial signs could lead to disaster. A failed harvest could mean famine, while an ill-timed battle could result in defeat. The stakes were high, and the weight of the heavens bore down on the shoulders of both kings and commoners alike. As night enveloped the land, the priests would gather under the vast sky, their voices rising in prayer. They would invoke the powers of the stars, seeking wisdom and insight to guide their people. It was a sacred dance, a ritual filled with emotion and anticipation as they called upon the magic that flowed through the universe. The flickering torches cast shadows on their faces, illuminating the fervor that burned within them. They spoke of prophecies, of impending changes, and the challenges that lay ahead. Each word was draped in urgency, for the cosmos was a living entity, capable of wrath and reward. It was during such a night that a young priest, his heart pounding with ambition, sought to unlock the greatest secrets of the heavens. He believed that if he could harness the celestial powers, he could rewrite the fate of his people. With a daring spirit, he climbed to the highest point of the temple, where the stars seemed to beckon him closer. The air was thick with anticipation, and the cosmos shimmered with possibility. As he gazed into the night sky, he felt an undeniable connection, a pulse that resonated within him. In that moment, he understood that the stars were not just distant points of light. They were allies in a game far greater than he could fathom. An ancient scroll lay unfurled before him, inscribed with the wisdom of generations. The incantations were powerful, but they required purity of heart and intent. With trembling hands, he spoke the words, channeling energy from the heavens above, feeling the magic rise within him like a storm. The night responded, the winds howling as if the universe itself was awakening. He closed his eyes, envisioning the possibilities that lay before him, the lives he could change, the destinies he could alter. But the stars do not bend easily, and the lines between ambition and hubris are often blurred. As the magic surged, the fabric of time seemed to ripple and warp. The consequences of tampering with fate were unknown, and a venture into the unknown could spell disaster. In that moment, the cosmos watched, holding its breath. As the young priest stood at the edge of destiny, poised between ambition and reckoning, with the weight of countless lives resting on his shoulders. The magic of astrology breathed life into the very bones of ancient Egypt, intertwining with their beliefs, their rituals, and their very existence. It was a dance of fate and free will, with each star a note in a grand symphony that echoed through time. The heavens held stories of triumph and tragedy, woven together in a tapestry that spoke of the fragile balance between human desires and cosmic order. As the young priest stared into the abyss of possibility, he knew that the celestial tapestry was not yet complete, and the stars above awaited the next chapter, his chapter. In a dimly lit room, the flickering of a candle cast dancing shadows on the walls, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. A soft rustling broke the silence as a figure stirred in a tattered armchair, head tilted back, eyes closed. The air was heavy with the scent of old books and incense, a blend that wrapped around the senses like a warm blanket. This was a sacred space where the boundary between reality and fantasy blurred, a world where dreams whispered their secrets in a language only the heart could understand. Throughout history, dreams have been a portal to the soul's innermost thoughts and fears. Ancient civilizations revered them as mystical messages from the gods. The Egyptians, with their intricate hieroglyphics, would study the patterns of dreams, believing that divine omens lay hidden in the nighttime visions of their people. They crafted dream books, meticulously recording symbols and their meanings, guiding seekers through the murky waters of their subconscious. Meanwhile, in Greece, philosophers like Aristotle and Plato pondered the significance of dreams. They argued that dreams were not just fleeting images but reflections of our waking lives, laden with meaning and insight. The ancient Greeks would seek the oracles, hoping for guidance through their dreams, believing that the answers to their deepest dilemmas were whispered to them in sleep. Amidst these historical echoes, a young woman named Alara found herself caught in the web of her own dreams. Each night she was transported to fantastical landscapes filled with swirling colors and unrecognizable faces. One such night, she stood at the edge of a cliff, the wind tugging at her hair as waves crashed violently below. A figure emerged from the mist, a silhouette that beckoned her closer. But there was a catch. The figure spoke in riddles, its voice hauntingly familiar yet deeply unsettling. "Face your fears. Find your truth," it whispered as the ground trembled beneath her feet. Alara's heart raced, the urgency of the moment electrifying every nerve in her body. The figure dissolved into the fog, leaving behind a single feather, a shimmering token that felt both fragile and powerful. She awoke in a cold sweat, the image of the feather burning in her mind, a clue left by her subconscious, urging her to seek its meaning. Days turned into weeks, and Alara became obsessed with deciphering her dreams. She scoured ancient texts, seeking the wisdom of long-dead scholars and mystics. She learned about the symbolism of water, representing emotions, and the meaning behind flying, freedom and escape from constraints. Each piece of knowledge felt like a puzzle fitting together, guiding her through the labyrinth of her own psyche. As she immersed herself deeper into this world, Alara found herself drawn to a local dream circle, where people gathered to share their nocturnal adventures. In this circle, diverse souls recounted their dreams, laughter and gasps filling the room as they unraveled the mysteries that lay within. One evening, an elder named Melis shared her dream of a magnificent tree, its branches stretching into the heavens. "It stood strong through storms, a reminder of resilience," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. The room fell silent, each person lost in their thoughts, reflecting on the power of nature and the strength found within. Alara felt a connection to Melis's tree, a symbol of her own journey. She began to see her dreams as not just personal experiences but as reflections of a collective consciousness, a tapestry woven with threads of emotion, history, and shared human experience. The excitement surged through her, a feeling like the first breath of fresh air after being submerged underwater. That night, the candlelight flickered more fervently as she slept, and the world around her transformed once again. She stood in a vast library, towering shelves filled with books that whispered her name. The air crackled with electricity. It was as if the very essence of knowledge surrounded her. She reached for a book, its cover worn and faded. As she opened it, words spilled forth like a waterfall, images forming in her mind. She saw scenes from her life intertwined with visions of her ancestors, their struggles and triumphs echoing within her. But then the library began to collapse, shelves tumbling down as shadows crept in, threatening to consume her. Panic surged through her veins. She had to escape. Just as she reached the door, a voice called out from the shadows. You cannot run from what you are. Embrace it. Ilara awoke, breathless and filled with a mixture of fear and determination. She realized then that her dreams were not just mirrors of her fears, but invitations to confront them head-on. They were the magical language of her subconscious, rich with history and emotion, waiting to be understood. Each night she would return to that library, to the cliff, to the feather, unearthing forgotten chapters of her life that had long been buried. As Ilara continued to explore her dreams, she learned to recognize the symbols that danced through her sleep, each carrying a weight of history, each a thread in the larger tapestry of human experience. She found herself connecting with others who shared similar dreams, forging bonds that transcended time and space. In this circle they became dream weavers, sharing insights and revelations, breathing life into the stories that shaped their lives. Among them she met Aiden, a gentle soul with a passion for stories. He spoke of a recurring dream in which he soared above the city, free from the constraints of the ground. "It's like I can see everything from above," he shared, eyes alight with wonder. "I feel connected to something greater." Ilara's heart swelled. In their shared experience they found understanding, a mutual recognition that their dreams were intertwined in ways they had yet to fully grasp. As the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the gathering, Ilara felt a surge of inspiration. What if their dreams held not only personal truths, but messages for the world? What if their subconscious was not just a sanctuary, but a prophecy, warning them of what was to come? The thought sent chills down her spine, igniting a fire within her. That night, the dreams took on a new urgency, filling with vivid imagery and emotion that wove together the threads of their conversations. Ilara could feel the pulse of the universe resonating within her, an echo of truths waiting to be spoken as she stood on the precipice of understanding. The journey had only just begun, and she was ready to plunge into the depths of her subconscious, setting the stage for tales yet untold as the candle flickered and the shadows danced, whispering secrets of the night. The sound of a distant drumbeat wove its way through the cool evening air, a heartbeat echoing the ancient rhythms of the earth. In a clearing surrounded by towering trees, the flickering light of a fire cast dancing shadows upon the faces of those gathered. Each individual felt an electric pulse as the music surged, a reminder that they belonged to something far greater than themselves. This was not merely a gathering. It was a ritual steeped in history, a celebration of life, death, and everything in between, where music and dance became sacred threads stitching souls together. In every corner of the world, from the sunburnt plains of Africa to the lush valleys of the Andes, music and dance have always played a pivotal role in rituals. The echoes of ancient songs and the beat of feet on the ground transcended time and space, connecting generations and cultures. Consider the Native American powwows, where the rhythmic pounding of drums awakens the spirits of ancestors, calling them to witness the present and bless the future. It is said that when the beat reverberates through the earth, it becomes a bridge, allowing the living to commune with those who walked before them. In ancient Greece, the Dionysian festival celebrated the god of wine, ecstasy, and revelry through wild dances and captivating music. As participants adorned themselves with ivy and grapevines, they surrendered to the spellbinding melodies that echoed through the hills. The air was thick with the scent of wine and the joyous laughter of revelers, each movement a tribute to the divine. In that moment, participants felt as if they were part of a grand cosmic play, their spirits lifted by the harmonious blend of their voices and the intoxicating rhythm of their bodies. The drums had spoken, and the dancers responded with movements that told stories older than time itself. In the shadows of the firelight, every twirl, every leap became an expression of hope, sorrow, and joy. The beat of the drum was life, an invitation to lose oneself in the rhythm, to forget the mundane worries of the world. Bodies swayed and spun, each dancer a vessel for emotions unspoken, transforming pain into beauty with every beat. It was here that the line between the physical and spiritual blurred, where the presence of ancestors and the divine felt palpable. Across oceans and generations, cultures have found solace and strength in the power of song and dance. In the sacred ceremonies of the Maori, the Heka, a traditional war dance, transmits ancestral pride, courage, and identity. The fierce chants resonate through the ground, invoking the spirits of warriors who once fought to protect their land. As the dancers move in perfect unity, their bodies become a living testament to resilience and honor. The Heka is not just a performance, it is a call to arms, a reminder that music and dance can encapsulate the very essence of a people. In Hindu traditions, the ancient art of Bharatanatyam tells stories of gods and goddesses through intricate gestures and expressive movements. Each performance is a ritual in itself, a prayer crafted in rhythm and melody. Dancers adorn themselves with elaborate costumes and jewelry, their every movement a sacred offering. When they take the stage, they transcend earthly concerns, inviting the audience into a world where the divine dances through humanity. The music swells, and the dancers become conduits of spiritual energy, bridging the gap between the mortal and the celestial. Yet, not every ritual is steeped in joy. Throughout history, music and dance have also marked moments of mourning and reflection. In the solemnity of a funeral procession, the haunting notes of a lone flute might follow the departed, guiding their spirit away from this world. The mourners, united in their grief, sway together, their bodies moving in rhythm to the sorrowful melodies that bind them. In these moments, the dance becomes a cathartic release, a way to honor the loss while celebrating the life that once was. In Africa, the griot tradition preserves history through song and dance, with storytellers weaving narratives that echo through generations. The griots, with their kora and djembe, transport listeners to a different time, as tales of heroes and ancestors come to life. The audience, caught in the spell of rhythm and melody, becomes part of the story, living and reliving the collective memory of their people. Here, music is not just entertainment. It is the very fabric that holds communities together, binding past, present, and future. As the night wore on in that sacred clearing, the fire crackled, and the air filled with the scent of smoke and earth. The rhythm intensified, drawing in all who were present, their hearts beating as one. A child broke into the circle, his feet moving instinctively to the beat, innocence radiating as he mirrored the older dancers. Laughter erupted, followed by a collective chant, filling the air with joy and unity. This was the essence of ritual, the blending of generations, the passing down of traditions, the reaffirmation of identity. Just as the music swelled, so too did the emotions, rising to a crescendo that resonated deep within each soul. With every twirl and leap, memories floated to the surface. The laughter of ancestors, whispered stories of love and loss. It was in this moment that the weight of history was felt most profoundly, a reminder that the past is always present, that music and dance serve as vessels carrying stories from the depths of time. As the night deepened, a hush fell over the crowd. The drummers slowed their beat, and a single voice broke through the silence, a haunting melody that spoke of longing, of dreams unfulfilled. The dancers, now still, became statues of emotion, their faces reflecting a tapestry of human experience, joy, sorrow, hope, despair. In this fragile stillness, the connection between the living and the departed became tangible, a reminder of the fragility of life and the beauty of shared experience. Amidst this emotional tapestry woven by music and dance, the anticipation of what would come next hung heavy in the air, a sense that the night held even more magic, waiting to be unveiled with the rising sun. The drums would call again, and the dance would continue, for the ritual was far from over. One could feel it, the pulse of life, the heartbeat of history, the promise of stories yet to be told, all intertwined in the sacred dance of existence. A thick fog clung to the banks of the Nile, swirling like whispers from a world beyond. The sun began its ascent, casting an otherworldly glow over the land of Egypt. In this sacred place where the river cradled life and death, stood a figure cloaked in the rich fabric of authority and divinity, a pharaoh. His presence sent shivers through the hearts of his people, a palpable energy that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the ancient temples, where gods and kings intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. The pharaoh was not just a ruler, he was a god on earth, a bridge between the divine and the mortal. His very existence pulsated with magic, a magic that had been cultivated over millennia. It was said that when he ascended the throne, the heavens opened, showering blessings upon the land. His crown, adorned with the sacred symbols of the cobra and vulture, represented the duality of Upper and Lower Egypt, yet also signified his unique connection to the gods who watched over him. Each day, he would perform rituals that echoed through the ages, invoking the favor of Ra, Osiris, and Isis, ensuring that the balance of Ma'at, the cosmic order, was maintained. In the quiet moments before dawn, as the world still slept, the pharaoh would walk alone among the monumental statues of his predecessors. A chill would race down his spine, not from fear, but from a profound sense of responsibility. Each statue, carved from granite, seemed to come alive in the dim light, their eyes following him as if to remind him of the legacy resting upon his shoulders. The weight was immense, yet it was a burden he bore with pride. His every action and decision would ripple through time, shaping the lives of countless souls. He could feel their hopes and dreams intertwined with his fate, and a deep sense of purpose filled him with determination. As the sun broke free from the horizon, the energy shifted. The air crackled with anticipation. Crowds began to gather, their faces a tapestry of emotion, admiration, fear, and devotion. Children clutched their parents' hands, their eyes wide with wonder, while the elders murmured prayers of protection and prosperity. In the center of it all stood the pharaoh, his heart racing as he prepared to address his people. He raised his arms, and silence fell over the throng. The moment felt electric, charged with centuries of tradition and expectation. "People of Egypt," he proclaimed, his voice rich and commanding, echoing against the stone walls of the sacred temple, "I stand before you not just as your king, but as your guardian, chosen by the gods to lead us into a future of abundance and harmony." Each word dripped with the essence of divine authority. The crowd was entranced, caught in the spell of his charisma, believing wholeheartedly that he was the embodiment of the gods they revered. In this moment, he could see the flicker of hope igniting in their eyes, a flame kindled by his promises. For many, the pharaoh was more than a king. He was a lifeline. His reign was believed to be a time when the Nile would swell with bounty, when the harvest would overflow, and when peace would blanket the land. But with power came peril. The whispers of dissent were never too far away. Rivals lurked in the shadows, eyes glinting with envy and ambition. The pharaoh could sense it, a storm brewing beneath the calm, and his heart quickened at the thought of betrayal. As dusk fell, the pharaoh would retreat into the sacred chambers of his palace, lit only by flickering flames. Here, surrounded by the towering hieroglyphs telling tales of gods and kings, he would shed the weight of the crown, if only for a moment. He would close his eyes and listen to the silence, allowing it to wash over him like a gentle caress. It was in these moments that he sought guidance from the divine. Perhaps he could feel the presence of Amun, the hidden one, offering wisdom and strength. Maybe it was Hathor, goddess of love and joy, filling him with a sense of purpose that far transcended earthly desires. But the pharaoh's nights were not always peaceful. Dreams would sometimes invade his slumber, visions of a future fraught with chaos. He would awaken in a cold sweat, the specter of the past haunting him. Names like Akhenaten and Tutankhamun echoed in his mind, reminders of how fragile power could be. The throne was a seat of glory, Yes, but also one of vulnerability. He could feel the weight of the scepter in his hand, knowing that it had the power to either uplift or crush. As the days passed, rituals became the lifeblood of his reign. Each morning began with offerings to the gods, a dance of incense and prayer that called forth blessings. Priests clad in linen would chant ancient hymns, their voices soaring like the falcon of Horus. The pharaoh, adorned in his golden regalia, would stand before the altar, the scent of myrrh filling the air, thick with the sacredness of the moment. He would offer the finest grain, the choicest livestock, and his heart would swell with a sense of connection to the cosmos. But the magic of kingship was not solely in the divine. It was also in the people, their laughter, their struggles, their very lives woven into the fabric of the land. The pharaoh would ride through the villages, feeling the pulse of his kingdom. Children would run alongside his chariot, their giggles punctuating the air like music, while mothers would wave and offer their blessings. Each interaction reinforced his belief in the sacred bond between the ruler and his subjects, a bond rooted in love, respect, and the shared belief in a brighter tomorrow. Yet the shadows still lurked, threatening to unravel the threads of this delicate tapestry. Whispers of discontent grew louder, and among the nobles, plots were woven like intricate patterns of fate. The pharaoh could not ignore the tension that rippled through the courts, a tension that threatened to fracture the very foundation of his reign. He could feel the eyes of the gods upon him, challenging him to rise above the fear and to reclaim the peace that was his birthright. In a dimly lit chamber surrounded by trusted advisors, a plan began to take form. The pharaoh leaned over a map of Egypt, his finger tracing the lines of the river like a lifeline. The Nile was more than just a river, it was the essence of life, a source of power and prosperity. With each stroke he envisioned a strategy to unite his people, to remind them of the magic that flowed through their veins. In that moment, the pharaoh became the embodiment of hope, a beacon of strength amidst the encroaching darkness. His heart raced as he prepared for the next steps, knowing that the true test of his kingship was yet to come. The magic of the pharaohs was not just about divine authority, it was about resilience, about standing firm in the face of adversity, and about believing that the light could shine even in the darkest of times. With every heartbeat, he felt the weight of his destiny, a promise echoing through the ages, resonating with the very core of his being, and as he stepped forward, ready to face the storm, he could sense that an extraordinary chapter in the saga of Egypt was about to unfold. The moon hung low over the ancient city, casting an eerie glow on cobblestone streets. Shadows of long-forgotten rituals danced in the corners of alleyways, whispering tales of gods and spirits that time had almost erased. A chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to tread here, knowing they walked on ground once hallowed by the fervent prayers of cults devoted to lesser-known deities, whose powers wove through the fabric of history like threads in a tapestry. In a dimly lit chamber, hidden beneath the ruins of a crumbling temple, a flickering flame illuminated the faces of a small gathering. Each wore masks that concealed their identities, their eyes glinting with anticipation and fear. The air was thick with incense, a heady mixture that seemed to transport them to another world, a world where the spirits of ancient gods still lingered. They were drawn together not just by curiosity but by a profound yearning for connection, a connection to something beyond themselves, something sacred. Among the deities that stirred in the shadows, there was Air, an obscure goddess of healing from the Norse pantheon. Long forgotten by most, her power resonated with those who sought solace in her embrace. Air was said to mend not only broken bodies but also fractured souls. The cult that worshipped her would gather under the waning crescent moon, chanting her name, hoping to feel the warmth of her presence. Stories whispered of miraculous recoveries, of the sick rising from their beds, their ailments washed away by Air's gentle touch. Yet the price of such healing was steep. Sacrifices were demanded, often from the very heart of those who sought her aid. A shiver swept through the gathering as someone began to recite an ancient incantation, the words echoing like thunder in the silence. It was a summons, a beckoning to air, and they all felt the air change, thickening as if the very essence of life itself held its breath. The flickering flame danced wildly, casting shadows that seemed to twist and turn, forming shapes that suggested the presence of the divine. But with the revival of air came the weight of her intentions, a reminder that her blessings were often accompanied by trials that tested the faith of her followers. As the night deepened, the congregation shifted its focus to another deity shrouded in obscurity, Tlazolteotl, the Aztec goddess of purification and earthly pleasures. She embodied both the allure of sin and the power of redemption. Her followers believed that by confessing their wrongdoings to her, they could cleanse themselves of guilt, shedding their burdens like dead leaves in autumn. The rituals honoring Tlazolteotl were wild celebrations filled with music, dance, and feasting. In her presence, both sinners and saints found a common ground, a fleeting moment where shame could be cast aside. The heartbeat of the chamber quickened as the cultists began to sing songs of praise to Tlazolteotl, each note swelling with raw emotion. Their voices intertwined in an intoxicating melody that beckoned the goddess closer. Yet, lurking beneath the surface of their joy was a palpable tension. They all knew the fine line between indulgence and despair. To seek Tlazolteotl's favor was to flirt with temptation, for she delighted in the complexities of human desires. The flames flickered again, and for a moment a figure seemed to materialize, cloaked in shadows, a reminder of the duality of pleasure and pain. Outside, the air crackled with electricity, a storm brewing on the horizon, mirroring the intensity within the chamber. As the cultists continued their fervent invocation, a feeling of dread began to creep in. An awareness that the rituals they performed came with consequences. The boundaries of reality blurred, and the walls of the chamber pulsed with energy, a reminder that they were not alone. The presence of the divine was both a comfort and a threat, a tantalizing dance with the unknown. Suddenly, the flickering flame extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Gasps echoed as fear gripped the hearts of the cultists. Panic surged, but it was quickly quelled as an otherworldly voice resonated in the silence, a call that sent chills down their spines. It was a voice that seemed to rise from the depths of the earth itself, calling forth the spirits of those who had worshipped before them. They felt the weight of ancient wisdom, the burden of countless prayers woven into the very fabric of the night. In that stillness, another deity stirred. Bastet, the Egyptian cat goddess, once revered for her protective nature and fierce independence. She embodied the duality of a nurturing mother and a fierce warrior, a guardian against evil spirits. Her cult practices revolved around honoring the domestic and wild aspects of life. The followers of Bastet would light candles and offer milk, creating a sanctuary where the softness of fur and the brightness of the moon met. But the line between protection and vengeance was razor thin. Bastet's wrath could be unleashed upon those who disrespected her realm. A low growl reverberated through the chamber, and the cultists exchanged nervous glances. They could almost feel the presence of Bastet, her spirit weaving through the air like a playful feline, but they also sensed the potential for her ferocity, a reminder of the balance they must maintain in their devotion. The flickers of candlelight returned, illuminating wide eyes filled with both awe and terror. With each deity invoked, the stakes grew higher, their emotions swirling like a tempest. It was a delicate dance of faith and fear, an unending loop of longing for power intertwined with the burden of responsibility. The sacrifices made in these secret cults were not just offerings but an exchange of trust, a gamble that could lead to salvation or despair. As the night wore on, the chanting continued, echoing through the ages, blurring the lines of time and space. The ancient gods listened, their whispers melding with the cries of the cultists, An unbreakable bond formed in the shadows. Each invocation pulled them deeper into a realm where magic and reality intertwined, where blessings and curses coexisted in a fragile balance. The chamber pulsed with life, a living testament to the power of belief and the unyielding grip of the past. In this sacred space, the boundaries of existence began to dissolve, creating an infinite loop of magic and mystery, drawing the cultists further into the night as they surrendered to the call of the divine, each heartbeat echoing the promise of what lay ahead. In the dim corners of an ancient Egyptian temple, flickering oil lamps cast dancing shadows on limestone walls adorned with intricate hieroglyphs. The air was thick with incense, its sweet heaviness wrapping around the necks of those who sought guidance from the gods. Priests in linen robes whispered incantations, their voices a soft hum amidst the rustling of papyrus scrolls filled with secret knowledge. They were the gatekeepers of an ancient world, where magic was as common as the Nile's flow, where the rituals of the past intertwined seamlessly with the daily lives of the people. As time marched on, a new presence began to stir the sands of this age-old land. The arrival of Christianity was like a sudden gust of wind, reshaping the landscape of beliefs and practices that had flourished for centuries. With the echo of a new message, the old ways began to tremble, their foundation cracking like the sun-baked earth beneath the relentless sun. A clash of narratives ensued, as the gentle whispers of Christ mingled with the authoritative chants of the priests, creating a cacophony of faith and doubt. In the shadows of this transformation, Egyptian magical practices stood resilient yet uncertain. The sacred spells that once called upon the gods of old began to clash with the ideals of a new faith that preached love and redemption. The gods of the Nile, once central to life, now found themselves overshadowed by a singular deity, a figure who promised salvation but shunned the magic that had long held sway over the hearts of many. A priestess named Neferet found herself caught in this tumult. She had inherited the wisdom of her ancestors, the knowledge of binding spells and protective amulets, all deeply rooted in her culture. Underneath her calm facade, a storm raged. What would become of her rituals? Would the powerful words she spoke lose their meaning in a world that now sought to erase them? As she crafted a protective charm for a weary traveler, she felt the weight of her lineage pressing down on her. Would she cling to the old ways or embrace the new? As Christian missionaries spread their teachings, there was a palpable fear among the practitioners of magic. They watched as the sacred temples, once bustling with activity, stood silent, their altars abandoned. The priests felt their power waning, their sacred texts becoming relics of a forgotten era. Under the flickering glow of a torch, Neferet gathered with her fellow practitioners, their faces shadowed with uncertainty. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing tales of miraculous healings attributed to the new faith. Yet, in their hearts, they clung to the knowledge that had been passed down through generations. Spells that could turn the tide of fate, charms that could shield against evil. The tension reached a boiling point when a group of Christians, emboldened by their faith, began to openly denounce the practices of magic. They marched through the streets, their voices raised in fervor, condemning the very essence of what had been an integral part of Egyptian life. The air crackled with anger and fear as Neferet and her companions watched from the shadows. It was then that she realized. Magic was more than just spells and incantations. It was the lifeblood of her people, an expression of culture and history. They could not simply let it fade away. In a hidden chamber beneath the temple, Neferet gathered the last remnants of ancient spells. Candles flickered around her as she recited incantations, her voice rising and falling like the tide. With each word, she felt the power of her ancestors channel through her, urging her to resist the encroaching darkness. But the struggle was real. As she closed her eyes, she could hear the distant chants of Christian hymns, wrapping around her like a vine, tightening its grip on her heart. The conflict within her mirrored the larger battle outside, the struggle between a past rich in magic and a future that sought to silence it. In this dramatic backdrop, the stakes rose higher. There were whispers of confrontations, of priests and priests of the new faith clashing in public forums, their ideologies colliding like storms. The streets became battlegrounds where beliefs were tested, where old rituals faced the scrutiny of new laws. Neferet felt the turmoil seep into her very being. Each moment was filled with urgency. The magic she cherished felt like a fragile flame, flickering dangerously close to extinction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange hue over the temple, Neferet gathered her courage. A decision was brewing within her, a spark igniting hope in the depths of despair. Perhaps it was time to adapt, to find a way to weave the threads of both practices into something new. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Could there be a way to honor the old ways while embracing the new? Across the city, in homes filled with the scent of fresh bread and the sound of laughter, families began to find solace in the blending of traditions. The protective charms that Neferet had crafted took on new meanings, transformed by the light of a singular god, alongside the ancient deities they had always known. People spoke of the healing powers of both prayer and magic as if they could coexist, each offering a different kind of strength. The walls of division began to crack, and in their place a fragile understanding emerged. Yet, in the deep of night, when the world was wrapped in silence, Neferet knelt before an altar, her heart pounding with conviction. She began to weave a spell, infused with the grace of both faiths. The air shimmered with energy, a promise that echoed through the ages. She was not merely a keeper of traditions, she was a bridge. In that moment, as the sun began to rise, casting golden light over the temple, the boundaries between magic and faith blurred, creating a tapestry woven with both hope and memory. And as Neferet stood, breathless and empowered, the vibrations of her ancient chants mingled with the new songs of faith, resonating through the air like a gentle breeze. The tide was shifting, and the echoes of magic were not fading. They were evolving. With every heartbeat, the story continued, weaving itself seamlessly into the fabric of time, a testament to the enduring spirit of a people caught between worlds, their journeys forever intertwined. In the cool, shadowy corners of a forgotten library, dust motes danced in the beams of sunlight that pierced through cracked windows. On an ancient oak table, a fragile scroll lay open, its papyrus pages whispering secrets of a world long gone. Each delicate line, etched with hieroglyphs, seemed to pulse with life, singing of gods and magic, of rituals that could summon the dead or part the very waters of the Nile. It was here, amidst the scent of old parchment and ink, that the whispers of Egyptian magic began to seep into the modern world once more. The late 19th century was a time of awakening, a moment when the echoes of ancient civilizations began to stir in the imaginations of scholars and treasure hunters alike. The Rosetta Stone, discovered in 1799, had unlocked the language of the pharaohs, and with it came a flood of fascination that swept through Europe and beyond. Egypt's rich tapestry of mythology gripped the hearts of many, and a new desire grew, not just to unearth its treasures but to understand its magic. In Paris, amid the clinking of glasses in smoky cafes, men and women would gather to discuss the latest findings from the sands of Egypt. The air buzzed with excitement as tales of mummies and ancient curses ignited imaginations. Artists like Gustave Moreau painted enchanting visions of Egyptian gods, their otherworldly forms becoming the muses for a generation hungry for the exotic. But it wasn't merely art that sparked interest. It was the belief that the powers held by ancient priests and magicians could be rediscovered. May 1922 marked a pivotal moment in this quest for knowledge. Howard Carter, with his heart pounding in anticipation, unsealed the tomb of King Tutankhamun. As he gazed upon the treasures, glittering with gold and adorned with precious stones, history was rewritten. The world erupted in a frenzy, captivated by the boy king and the fabled magic that surrounded him. Newspapers splashed his face across their pages, and the tale of Tutankhamun became a cultural phenomenon. People everywhere were enchanted, dreaming of the possibilities that lay hidden in the sands of Egypt. But the excitement was merely the surface of a much deeper current. Scholars began to sift through ancient texts, translating spells and rituals that had lain dormant for centuries. In dimly lit rooms, a sense of awe enveloped those who dared to read the words of priests who once commanded cosmic forces. Ancient invocations began to resurface, igniting curiosity and wonder. What if these incantations still held power? What if the magic was real? As researchers like E. A. Wallace Budge translated texts such as the Book of the Dead, they unearthed not just history, but a belief in the supernatural that was as vibrant as it had been thousands of years ago. In London, a young woman named Margaret discovered the writings of these scholars. Each passage she read pulled her deeper into the mysteries of the ancients. She felt a magnetic pull, as if the spirits of long-dead priests beckoned her to join their ranks. As she studied, she became increasingly convinced that the ancient Egyptians had knowledge that transcended time. Her heart raced as she began to practice the rituals she uncovered. Candles flickered to life, and she whispered the prayers, her voice trembling with both fear and excitement. One night, under the silvery light of the moon, Margaret stood in her small apartment surrounded by candles and incense. As she chanted a spell meant to call forth protection, a sudden chill filled the air. Shadows flickered on the walls, and the room grew heavy with an unseen presence. Goosebumps prickled her skin as she felt a rush of energy, unlike anything she had ever experienced. In that moment, the line between history and magic blurred, and she questioned everything she thought she knew. Had she truly tapped into the forces that the ancients had once controlled? Across the ocean, in America, similar stories unfolded. The mystique of Egyptian magic began to weave its way into popular culture, influencing everything from literature to fashion. Egyptian motifs adorned buildings, and the craze for all things Egyptian swelled. Authors like H.P. Lovecraft spun tales of ancient horrors and cosmic mysteries, drawing from the same well of inspiration that fueled Margaret's obsession. The idea that Egyptian magic could not only be understood but also harnessed took root in the collective consciousness, feeding a hunger for the esoteric. In the midst of this cultural shift, some voices grew louder, warning of the dangers that lay in tampering with ancient forces. They cautioned that the magic of the Egyptians was not merely a relic, it was a living energy, intertwined with the very essence of the universe. Yet the allure was too strong. People were drawn to the thrill of experimentation, the heady rush of feeling connected to something greater than themselves. Initiations and gatherings sprang up, where seekers would share their experiences, each story more haunting and captivating than the last. As the modern era progressed, Egypt was not just a place, it became a symbol of mystery and possibility. In the bustling streets of Cairo, the Great Pyramids loomed large, their silent watch over the chaos of the modern world seeming to promise wisdom and enlightenment. Tourists flocked to stand in awe of the Sphinx, unaware of the whispers that lay just beneath their feet, the echoes of rituals that once shaped civilizations. A mystical undercurrent flowed through the city, as traders and scholars clamored to uncover truths that could reshape their understanding of reality. Margaret, surrounded by others who felt the same pull, could no longer dismiss the thoughts that danced in her mind. What if the ancient magic was not just history, but a pathway to power? As she delved deeper, she began to form a circle of like-minded individuals, each eager to push boundaries, hungry for the knowledge that had once belonged to the kings and queens of the Nile. They gathered in secret, sharing their findings, their fears, and their hopes, their hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown. Yet, with each uttered spell, each invocation to the gods, the air thickened with tension. The further they ventured into the mysteries of Egyptian magic, the more they felt a pull, a sense that they were not alone in their endeavors. The shadows in the corners of their gatherings seemed to lengthen, darkening the atmosphere with a mixture of excitement and dread. As the thrill of discovery enveloped them, so too came the haunting realization that they were playing with forces that had long been asleep, waiting for those bold enough to awaken them. In that electric moment of possibility, the ancient world brushed against the modern, and the thirst for knowledge surged to a fever pitch. The magic of Egypt was not just rediscovered, it was alive, breathing, and calling out to be understood once more. And as the echoes of the past intertwined with the dreams of the present, the stage was set for a confrontation with the unknown, one that would forever alter the course of those who dared to answer its call. In the flickering shadows of an ancient temple, the air buzzed with mystery, swirling with the promise of the unfathomable. Candles flickered, casting ghostly shapes on the stone walls, illuminating hieroglyphs that whispered secrets from millennia past. A young girl, wide-eyed and trembling, clutched a pomegranate, its ruby seeds glistening like the very heart of Isis herself. Little did she know, the magic that once coursed through the veins of ancient Egyptians had not vanished. It simply lay dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Egyptian magic, with its swirling mystique and potent symbols, has long haunted the imaginations of storytellers and artists, leaving indelible marks on movies, literature, and art. From the golden sands of the desert to the shadowy depths of the Nile, these tales have enthralled generations, reminding them of a world where gods walked among mortals, and the line between life and death was as thin as the papyrus scrolls that carried their stories. In the realm of cinema, Egyptian magic shines particularly bright. Films like The Mummy catapulted ancient curses and resurrected pharaohs into the modern cultural consciousness. Just the thought of a mummified body stirring from its slumber sends shivers down the spine, a testament to the fears and fascinations that history bestows upon us. With each thrilling chase through crumbling tombs, one can almost hear the whispers of ancient priests chanting incantations, calling upon the deities for protection and power. The film's heart-pounding score mimics the beat of 1,000 drums, echoing the urgency of a world where magic and reality blend seamlessly. Yet it isn't just blockbusters that tap into this wellspring of ancient allure. Literature has long been a canvas for the vivid strokes of Egyptian magic. In novels like The Egyptian, by Mika Waltari, readers are transported to a time when Akhenaten introduced monotheism, a radical shift that reverberated through the ages. His story, filled with intrigue and betrayal, evokes emotions as raw as the desert sun, reminding us of the price of ambition and the weight of divine intervention. Each page pulls the reader deeper into a tapestry woven from the threads of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of understanding the divine. Artwork, too, has embraced this enchanting legacy. The vibrant colors of ancient murals depicting gods and goddesses come alive within the frames of modern galleries. Artists today draw inspiration from the rich iconography of the ancient world, fusing traditional motifs with contemporary styles. The result? A breathtaking dance of light and color, where the blue of the Nile meets the gold of the afterlife, igniting a sense of wonder and reverence. Each brushstroke carries the weight of history, echoing the beliefs that once dictated the rhythm of daily life in ancient Egypt. The magic of creation itself feels palpable, as if the spirits of long-gone artists whisper their secrets to the modern interpreters. As the night deepens and the candles flicker out, the magic of Egypt lingers in the air, wrapping around the unsuspecting like an ancient spell. Children gather around campfires, their eyes shining with excitement as they listen to tales of Anubis, the god of the underworld, his presence felt in the chill that creeps up the spine. They share stories of the Book of the Dead, a mystical text that guided souls through the afterlife. The words come alive, painting vivid images of judgment and resurrection. of hearts weighed against feathers, light as air for the righteous, heavy as sin for the damned. In these moments the past intertwines with the present, and the boundary between life and the realm of the divine blurs ever so slightly. In the contemporary world, the allure of Egyptian magic can also be seen in fashion and design, where the motifs of ancient deities and symbols are reimagined. Jewelry adorned with scarabs and ankhs evoke the strength of the ancients, while garments inspired by the flowing fabrics of pharaonic times create an irresistible blend of history and modernity. Wearing such pieces feels like stepping into a story, a way to connect with the magic that once flowed through the veins of those who built the Great Pyramids. The pulse of the ancients beats on, reminding the wearer that they too are part of this grand narrative. Even video games have not shied away from the embrace of Egyptian magic. Titles like Assassin's Creed Origins transport players to the sun-soaked landscapes of Ptolemaic Egypt, where stealth and strategy weave a complex tale of power struggles. Players immerse themselves in a world where their choices shape the fate of history, where the gods watch from above, their influence felt in every action. The thrill of ancient magic comes alive as players navigate the delicate balance of politics, mythology, and the relentless march of time. And yet, for all its representation in popular culture, the true essence of Egyptian magic remains elusive. It invites engagement and exploration, stirring a longing to understand not just the whys and hows, but the feelings that linger in its wake. The emotions tied to ancient curses and divine interventions aren't just remnants of the past. They are echoes of human experience, reflecting our deepest fears and desires. The magic is not merely a tool of the ancients, it is a thread that binds us to them, weaving our stories into a shared tapestry of existence. As the tale unfolds, the shadows lengthen, and the distant sound of a drum beckons those daring enough to listen. Egyptian magic continues to breathe, alive in the hearts and minds of those who are drawn to its secrets. Each new tale, each retelling, adds another layer to the already rich tapestry, blending history and imagination into something truly extraordinary. With every heartbeat, the past echoes, whispering its stories to the present, urging humanity to remember, to feel, and to embrace the thrilling unknown that awaits just beyond the horizon. In the dim glow of flickering oil lamps, the air crackled with anticipation as whispers danced through the sacred halls of ancient Egypt. The scent of incense hung heavy, mingling with the rich aroma of fresh papyrus scrolls, each one inscribed with powerful spells that held the weight of life and death. Here, magic was not just a fleeting trick. It was a force that could tilt the balance between good and evil. Among the myriad deities at play, Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, watched from the shadows. His ibis head tilted slightly, a knowing smile creeping across his beak. He understood the fragile line that separated creation from destruction, light from darkness. The people of Egypt, with their reverence for the natural and supernatural, often found themselves tangled in this web of moral dilemmas. For every benevolent spell whispered in sacred chambers, there was a sinister incantation lurking in the dark corners of the mind. A young priest named Nefer stood at the altar, his heart racing as he prepared to summon the blessings of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and order. He recalled the stories told to him by his elders, tales of those who wielded magic for selfish desires, twisting the divine words until they became curses. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders. Was he ready to confront the shadows of ambition that lay within him? As he chanted the sacred verses, the ground quaked, and a soft wind whispered through the chambers, carrying with it the echoes of the past. Nefer envisioned the great pharaohs who had once commanded the power of the gods. They were revered, but history revealed their darker secrets. Some had used the very same magic that promised prosperity to forge their own empires, ruthlessly silencing dissent and even sacrificing their own people for the sake of glory. But it wasn't just the pharaohs who walked this perilous line. Among the common folk, there were healers who sought to mend broken bodies and hearts through spells of love and protection. They were the guardians of life, wielding their magic to nurture and heal. Yet, with every good deed, there lurked the temptation to manipulate feelings, to bend the will of another. Would it be so wrong to weave a spell that could make someone love you? Nefer's thoughts spiraled as he continued his rituals, the incense curling like the smoke of his doubts. He felt a familiar tug in his chest, the allure of power whispering that maybe, just maybe, his intentions could justify the means. The line between good and evil blurred further as he remembered the tales of Set, the god of chaos and storms. Set's followers reveled in their dark magic, channeling malevolence and sowing discord among the people. They thrived on destruction, their laughter echoing in the night, drowning out whispered warnings of consequences. In the bustling markets of Thebes, merchants traded not only goods but also rumors of the sorcerers who walked among them. The tales of those who dabbled in the dark arts sent shivers down spines. Was a curse placed upon a rival merchant truly justice, or merely a reflection of one's own greed? The people relied on the priests and priestesses to guide them, but even the holy figures faced their own temptations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, Nefer found himself haunted by the spirits of those who had fallen victim to the very magic they sought to master. It was said that the magic of the ancient Egyptians was a double-edged sword. It could carve a path to salvation or lead to eternal damnation. Those who misused it paid the price, their souls bound to the underworld for all eternity. In the sacred chambers, the tension built as Nefer faced his own reflection in the polished surface of a bronze mirror. The flickering flames illuminated his features, revealing the conflict within. Was he a vessel of truth and light, or would he succumb to the darkness that beckoned with promises of power? The weight of the gods' expectations bore down on him, and with it came the realization that the ethics of magic were not merely words on parchment. They were a living, breathing entity that demanded respect. A sudden clamor erupted outside the temple walls. Nefer rushed to the entrance where a crowd had gathered, their faces drenched in fear. A woman sobbed, her voice cracking as she recounted the tale of her husband, claimed by dark magic cast by an envious neighbor. The crowd murmured, their anger simmering, a collective heartbeat of revenge beating in tandem. Nefer's heart pounded in his chest as he stepped forward, feeling the weight of his role as a mediator. "Turn away from vengeance," he implored, raising his hands in supplication. "Violence begets violence. Let us seek justice through the light of Ma'at instead." But as his words hung in the air, he could sense the growing tumult, the voices of those who believed that only a taste of dark magic could avenge their pain. As he stood there, caught between the throbbing pulse of good and evil, a chill swept through him. The very fabric of existence seemed to tremble at the thought of the chaos that could unfold if magic was used recklessly. Now, more than ever, the question lingered. Could one truly wield such power without losing their way? Nefer's thoughts raced as he contemplated the sacred balance. The stories of ancient gods, their struggles and triumphs echoed in his mind, reminding him of the delicate dance between creation and destruction. Every spell had its consequences. Every incantation held the potential for both healing and harm. Just then, a flicker of light caught his eye, a fleeting vision of Thoth, who seemed to nod in silent agreement with his turmoil. The god's presence offered a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos, a reminder that wisdom could illuminate even the darkest corners of the soul. With a deep breath, Nefer resolved to find a way to guide his people back to the path of righteousness, but the shadows of temptation loomed ever closer, promising power and glory that threatened to unravel the very fabric of his beliefs. As he turned back to the crowd, the energy in the air thickened with uncertainty, the collective yearning for justice clashing with the sacred teachings of Ma'at. Nefer knew this was only the beginning of a much larger battle, a fight not just for his own soul, but for the hearts of all who walked the sands of Egypt, caught in the eternal struggle between good and evil. The stage was set, and the outcome of their choices would ripple through the ages, binding them all in fate. In an age when shadows danced on the walls of dimly lit rooms, whispers of incantations could be heard, weaving through the air like strands of fate. Traditional magic once pulsed with life, a vigorous heartbeat echoing through every village and town. It was not simply a practice, it was a lifeline, binding communities with shared beliefs and ancient rituals. But as the world spun toward the modern era, that heartbeat began to falter, gradually overshadowed by the relentless march of progress and reason. The decline didn't happen overnight. It was a slow erosion, like sand slipping through fingers, as the powers of the state and the tides of the culture began to conspire against the age-old practices. In the marketplaces and town squares, merchants hawked not only wares, but ideas. The clamor for science, reason, and enlightenment grew louder, drowning out the soft murmurs of spellcraft. The people, captivated by the marvels of invention and the promise of a brighter future, began to turn their backs on the old ways. In Britain, the late 17th century marked a pivotal shift. The rise of the Royal Society, with its gleaming promise of scientific discovery, heralded a new era. The once hallowed circles of alchemists and astrologers found themselves under siege. The pursuit of knowledge became an obsession, a fierce competition that left little room for the mystical arts. Isaac Newton's laws of motion eclipsed the wisdom of ancient druids. The pursuit of truth became an intellectual battleground where magic was deemed a superstition, a relic of a bygone age. Across the English Channel, France grappled with its own transformation. The Age of Enlightenment stirred fervor, giving birth to philosophers who scoffed at the very notion of magic. Voltaire and Rousseau wielded their pens like swords against the old beliefs, igniting a revolution of thought. The salons of Paris buzzed with discussions that condemned magic as mere folly, while the common folk watched, caught in the undertow of change. The fear of witchcraft trials had faded, but so too had the reverence for the magic that had once defined their lives. As the ruling classes embraced reason, the political winds shifted. The Church, once a bastion of support for magical practices, began to distance itself from the supernatural. In the fervor to control the populace, religious leaders preached against witchcraft, branding it as evil. They wielded the power of faith, turning what had been sacred into a source of fear. Those who dared to practice divination or conjuring were met with suspicion, their rituals shunned, as if the very act of believing in magic could unravel the fabric of society. Amidst this cultural upheaval, the countryside still held echoes of the past. Old women with lined faces and gnarled hands still whispered charms over bubbling cauldrons, the weight of tradition heavy in their hearts. They were the last bastions of an age that thrived on the mystical, but the grip of modernization tightened, and they felt the chill of isolation. Neighbors who had once sought their wisdom now turned away, afraid of being tainted by the old ways. Fearful whispers in dark corners replaced the warmth of shared rituals, leaving only the lingering scent of herbs and forgotten secrets. The fear was palpable in the air, thick enough to choke the very essence of magic itself. In the villages, stories of witches and warlocks became cautionary tales, warnings against the dangers of straying too far from the path of rationality. The enchantments that had once colored the nights with wonder were relegated to myths. Their power diminished with each retelling. Children who once gathered around fires, eyes wide with awe at tales of heroes and magic, now sat glued to the flickering screens of new inventions, their imaginations dulled by technology. The allure of the mysterious faded, leaving only the dry remnants of what once was. As the 19th century approached, the Industrial Revolution thundered across Europe, heralding a new dawn of machinery and steel, the air filled with the sounds of clanging metal and hissing steam, drowning out the soft, melodic whispers of spellcraft. Factories sprouted like weeds, transforming the landscape and the people within it. Traditional magic, once a source of empowerment and solace, was reduced to mere nostalgia, a fading echo of a past life. Those who clung to it became relics, their wisdom dismissed as quaint and outdated. But even as magic slipped into the shadows, a flicker of rebellion smoldered in hidden corners. A few brave souls dared to keep the flame alive, gathering in secret to practice their craft, sharing knowledge passed down through generations. In the heart of the cities, underground societies formed, clinging to the vestiges of the old ways. They gathered in dimly lit basements, hidden from the prying eyes of a society that had turned its back on them. Their hearts beat with a fierce passion, ignited by the belief that magic could reshape the world, if only they could shield it from the encroaching darkness. Yet, with each whispered spell, there was a growing sense of urgency. The world hurtled forward, a train on a track of progress leaving behind the treasures of the past. The clash between tradition and modernity reached a fever pitch. As the political landscape shifted, voices rose in defiance against the relentless tide. Artists and writers inspired by the remnants of magic began to weave it back into the fabric of culture. The tension simmered, a palpable electricity in the air, as these champions of the old ways fought to reclaim their place in a world that threatened to forget them. But would their efforts be enough to spark a revival, or would they be snuffed out, mere flickers against the overwhelming brightness of a rational age? As the lines of battle were drawn, the stakes grew ever higher, and the echoes of magic cried out for recognition in a world that turned ever colder. In the bustling streets of Cairo, where the sounds of honking cars and chattering crowds create an incessant hum, there lingers an undercurrent of something ancient and profound. The air is thick with the scent of spices and incense, mingling with the whispers of old gods and forgotten rituals. Here, in this vibrant tapestry of modern life, the echoes of ancient Egypt still resonate, calling out to those who dare to listen. On a quiet corner, tucked away from the chaos, an unassuming shop stands as a portal to a time long past. It's adorned with symbols of the Eye of Horus and the Ankh, each emblem carrying the weight of thousands of years of history. Inside, Amina, a woman in her 50s with eyes that shimmer like the Nile under the sun, is drawing customers into her world. She sells amulets and herbs, each imbued with the magic of her ancestors. For Amina, these are not merely trinkets. They are vessels of power, each crafted with love and intention, echoing the practices of her forebears. As dusk settles, a group gathers in her shop, drawn by an invisible thread. They are seekers, curious souls with questions about love, health, and destiny. Amina's voice, soft yet commanding, fills the air as she recounts tales of the ancient priests who once walked these very streets, invoking the gods to heal the sick and ward off evil spirits. The flickering candlelight dances on her face, casting shadows that seem to whisper secrets of the past. With each word, she weaves a spell, pulling her listeners deeper into a world where the mundane meets the mystical. Among them is Omar, a young man troubled by uncertainty. He clutches a worn photograph of his mother who had passed away a year prior, leaving behind an unshakable void. Desperate for solace, he approaches Amina, his heart racing with hope and fear. Amina smiles knowingly, her hands extending toward a small bowl of dried herbs, the scent of which wafts through the air like a gentle caress. "These are the herbs of the ancients," she says, her voice soothing, "used to connect with those who have crossed over." As she prepares a potion, the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. Omar watches, entranced, as Amina meticulously combines the ingredients, each measured with reverence. The act is reminiscent of ancient rites, where every movement was deliberate, charged with intention. She then ignites the mixture and a plume of fragrant smoke spirals upward, swirling like the spirits of the past. The room holds its breath, each person caught in the magic of the moment. Further down the street, at the threshold of an ancient mosque, Fatima stands, her heart pounding with a mixture of determination and doubt. She has come to seek help for her ailing daughter. Clutching a small piece of parchment inscribed with a prayer, she feels the weight of generations upon her shoulders. The stories of her ancestors flood her mind, tales of women who turned to the divine, who called upon the spirits for guidance in times of despair. Fatima steps inside the mosque, where the air is cool and thick with the scent of burning incense. She kneels in a quiet corner, her spirit lifted by the soft murmurs of prayer around her. Closing her eyes, she reaches into the depths of her heart, recalling the rituals her grandmother taught her, the incantations whispered during the full moon, the offerings left at the river's edge. In this sacred space, she feels the presence of her ancestors, urging her to reclaim the magic that has lingered in her blood for generations. Meanwhile, at the banks of the Nile, a gathering of people forms under the cloak of night. They are practitioners of ancient magic, drawn together by a shared purpose, to honor the old ways and bring forth the wisdom of the past. The moon hangs low, casting a silver glow over the water, illuminating their faces with a ghostly light. Drums beat in a rhythmic pulse, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself. As the ceremony begins, chants rise into the night, powerful and haunting. The energy shifts, palpable and electric, vibrating through the air. Each participant stands with arms outstretched, their voices merging in a harmonious blend that transcends time. They call upon the deities, invoking the power of Isis and Osiris, seeking blessings for the community and healing for the land. Each chant is a thread, weaving them together in a tapestry of hope and resilience. Among them is Zainab, a young woman with a fierce spirit and a dream of revitalizing ancient practices. She believes it is her destiny to bring this magic back to life, to show her generation that the wisdom of the ancients still holds power. As she dances under the moonlight, her body swaying to the rhythm of the drums, she feels a surge of energy, a connection to those who walked this land long before her. With each movement, she channels the spirits of the past, offering her strength to the collective. As dawn approaches, the gathering begins to dissipate, leaving behind an echo of strength, the promise of renewal. Zainab, breathless and exhilarated, stands at the water's edge, the Nile reflecting the first light of day. She understands that this revival is not merely about rituals, it is about honoring the legacy of those who came before her and ensuring that their stories and magic endure. Back in Cairo, Amina closes her shop, her heart full from the connections made and the energy shared. Each customer, each story, is a reminder that the threads of magic are woven not just in the past but in the present. She smiles, knowing that the ancient practices have found new life in the hearts of those willing to believe. In the expansive tapestry of modern Egypt, the revival of ancient magic is not simply an echo of history. It is a living, breathing force, a testament to the resilience of a culture rich with stories, love, and unyielding spirit. As the sun rises, casting its golden light over the city, the promise of a new day unfolds, and with it, the whispers of the ancients weave seamlessly into the fabric of modern life, forever igniting the flame of curiosity and hope in the hearts of those who seek. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced against the walls, flickering anxiously as an ancient candle flickered. The air was thick with a heavy incense, filled with the sweet and slightly acrid scent of myrrh. A solitary figure hunched over an intricate papyrus scroll, fingers trembling with anticipation. This was not just any scroll, it contained the whispers of the ancients, the language of the gods. The magic of Egypt coursed through its ink, ready to spill secrets into the world. For centuries, the allure of Egyptian magic has captivated the minds and hearts of those who sought something beyond the ordinary. It promised power, wisdom, and a connection to the divine that transcended the mundane. The Egyptians did not just see magic as a set of spells. They viewed it as a sacred art, woven into the very fabric of their existence. To them, every incantation and ritual was infused with the energy of their gods, a complex web of belief that reached into the afterlife and back. As the Romans conquered Egypt, they stumbled upon the remnants of this powerful tradition. The merging of cultures created a cauldron of ideas, with Egyptian magic bubbling beneath the surface. Philosophers and sorcerers, hungry for knowledge, began to sift through the ancient texts, eager to glean what they could. They captured the essence of spells meant to evoke the protection of gods like Isis and Osiris, and in doing so, they breathed new life into their own esoteric practices. The whispers of the Nile echoed in the minds of those who yearned for something greater than themselves. The Greeks, too, felt the tug of Egyptian magic. They spoke of Hermeticism, named after the god Thoth, who was the keeper of wisdom and magic. In a way, Thoth became a bridge, connecting the thoughts of the ancient Egyptians to the philosophies of Greece. The Emerald Tablet, a text attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, infused Western thought with the idea of as above, so below. This simple phrase encapsulated profound cosmic truths, hinting at the interconnectedness of all things. Scholars, mystics, and would-be magicians pored over it, captivated by its promise of understanding the universe. As the centuries rolled on, the influences of Egyptian magic flowed into the early Christian era, swirling like a mystical river. The Gnostics, those seekers of hidden knowledge, found solace in the ancient texts, interpreting them through a new lens. They viewed the Egyptian deities not merely as figures of myth, but as archetypes embodying deeper truths about the human experience. The divine feminine, expressed through the goddess Isis, ignited a wave of reverence that rippled through the ages, paving the way for future explorations of spirituality. By the time the Renaissance dawned, the thirst for knowledge reached a fever pitch. Scholars scoured the ruins of Egypt, fueled by the desire to reclaim the wisdom of the ancients. Alchemists delved into the recipes and incantations, seeking the elusive philosopher's stone, a symbol of transformation. They saw themselves as modern-day magicians, guided by the ancient Egyptians' insights into the laws of nature and spirit. The marriage of science and magic blurred the lines, as the influence of Egyptian thought seeped into every corner of this new intellectual awakening. As the Enlightenment approached, the fascination with Egyptian magic reached a new height. Secret societies emerged, weaving together the strands of mysticism, astrology, and Kabbalistic wisdom. The powerful imagery of pyramids and sphinxes became symbols of hidden knowledge, beckoning those who dared to seek. It was during this time that the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn took shape, its members drawing directly from the rich well of Egyptian magic to shape their rituals and teachings. Each ceremony became a vibrant tapestry, colored with the symbols of a culture that had long ago whispered its secrets across the sands of time. But the allure didn't stop there. The Victorian era, with its obsession for the mystical and the unknown, saw a rebirth of interest in Egyptian practices. Occultists and spiritualists eagerly embraced the magic of Egypt, channeling its wisdom through seances and tarot cards. The scarab beetle, once a symbol of protection for the dead, now adorned jewelry and talismans, its power repurposed for modern seekers. The very essence of Egyptian magic had transformed, yet its roots remained strong, burrowing deeper into the psyche of the West. As the 20th century dawned, the influence of Egyptian magic was no longer a mere whisper. It roared through the halls of art, psychology, and popular culture. Artists painted vivid images of pharaohs and gods, while authors penned tales steeped in ancient lore. The mystique of ancient Egypt enchanted the masses, who found solace in the stories of gods and goddesses, life, death, and rebirth. The ancient practices, once relegated to the shadows, emerged boldly into the light, weaving seamlessly into the fabric of Western esotericism. It was a time when the past and present danced together, creating a swirling vortex of ideas and beliefs. Egyptian magic had become a source of inspiration for spiritual seekers. Its symbols adorned rituals, ceremonies, and teachings. The essence of the ancients lived on, permeating the very air that people breathed. Eager souls sought connection, adventure, and understanding, reaching into the depths of a rich history that promised to unveil the mysteries of their existence. Yet, as the modern world progressed, a nagging question lingered in the air. What was it about Egyptian magic that resonated so deeply within the hearts of so many? Was it the promise of transformation, the allure of forgotten knowledge, or the yearning for a connection to something greater? This potent mix of emotions and mysteries held them captive, urging them to dig deeper. Little did they know, the stories of ancient Egypt were preparing to unfurl even further, entwining with the very fabric of their own lives, waiting to be woven into their own narratives, inviting them toward a destiny that was yet to be written. In the flickering light of ancient oil lamps, shadows danced across the stone walls of a long-abandoned temple. Hieroglyphs whispered forgotten languages, their meanings lost to the ages, while the scent of myrrh lingered, a reminder of sacred rituals and the unseen forces that once thrummed through the air. Here, the practices of Egyptian magic wove an intricate tapestry, rich in tradition and deeply intertwined with the life and death cycle that defined the Nile civilization. But how did this ancient art stand against the backdrop of magic in other cultures? What threads connected the magicians of Egypt to their counterparts in Mesopotamia, Greece, and beyond? In Egypt, magic was not simply a collection of spells and incantations. It breathed life into the very fabric of existence. The ancient Egyptians believed their world was teeming with divine energy, where every object held a spirit and every ritual had a purpose. Their magic had a name, Heka, and it was a potent force, a bridge between the mundane and the sacred. This magic was infused in the daily lives of the people, from the humble farmer who relied on it for a bountiful harvest to the high priest who called upon it to commune with the gods. The Egyptians viewed magic as a necessary tool for survival, a way to harness the divine to aid in their struggles against chaos. As one turns the page of history, other cultures reveal their own unique versions of magic. In Mesopotamia, for instance, the ancient Sumerians and Akkadians practiced a form of sorcery that was often entwined with their pantheon of gods. They inscribed their spells on clay tablets, invoking the protective powers of deities like Marduk and Ishtar. Unlike the Egyptians, whose magic was accessible to all, the Mesopotamians reserved many of their rites for priests and scholars who alone could decipher the complex texts. This distinction created a divide in the practice of magic. Egyptian spells could be recited by anyone, while Mesopotamian magic felt like an exclusive club, locked behind the walls of temples and libraries. The Greeks, too, had their own magical practices, echoing the reverence for the divine found in Egypt. They believed in the power of words and symbols, employing spells that often involved elaborate rituals to attract the favor of gods like Hermes and Artemis. Yet, unlike the Egyptians, the Greeks often viewed magic with a sense of skepticism and fear, associating it with malevolence and witchcraft. The famous philosopher Plato even warned against the misuse of magic, claiming that it could lead one astray from the path of truth. This tension created a stark contrast to the Egyptian outlook, where magic was woven into the very essence of their beliefs, a fundamental part of their understanding of creation and existence. In the freezing north, the Celts conjured their own brand of magic, deeply influenced by nature. The Druids, known for their wisdom and connection to the earth, practiced rituals that honored the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Their magic was not confined to the walls of a temple. It thrived in the open fields and thick forests, infused with the whispers of the wind and the songs of the rivers. Unlike the Egyptians, who often relied on elaborate rituals and symbols, The Celts found magic in simplicity and spontaneity. This brought a wild, unpredictable energy to their practices, contrasting sharply with the orderly nature of Egyptian spells. In the distant East, the ancient Chinese approached magic with an entirely different lens. Here, magic was intricately linked to the principles of yin and yang, and the concept of qi, the life force that flows through all. They believed in the balance of opposites, employing talismans and charms to align their desires with the universe's natural rhythms. Unlike the Egyptians, whose spells often commanded the forces of nature, the Chinese sought harmony, favoring an approach that respected the delicate interconnections of all things. This philosophical divergence led to a vastly different experience of magic, where the act of engaging with the unseen was rooted in respect rather than domination. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ruins of Karnak, one can almost hear the echoes of the past, an amalgamation of chants, whispers, and the rustling of papyrus scrolls. Egyptian magic, with its rich symbols and profound rituals, stood resilient against these varying traditions. The pyramids, silent sentinels, bore witness to the unwavering belief that magic was not just an act, but a way of life. While other cultures grappled with their definitions of magic, sometimes tinged with fear or skepticism, the Egyptians embraced it fully, wrapping their lives in a cloak of Heka that linked the earthly and the divine. In this tapestry of beliefs, the threads of connection between Egyptian magic and other ancient traditions weave a complex pattern. The yearning for understanding, the quest for harmony with the universe, and the desperate need to ward off chaos are experiences echoed across time and culture. Egyptian magicians stood firm, armed with their knowledge, while the Greeks pondered its moral implications, the Celts reveled in its natural beauty, and the Chinese sought balance and harmony. Each tradition held its own truths, yet they all circled around the same primal human desire: to make sense of the world, to wield some influence over fate, and to connect with something greater than themselves. As the last rays of sunlight fade into the dark embrace of night, a sense of tension lingers in the air, charged with the weight of ancient knowledge and the mysteries yet to be unveiled. What lay ahead for those who ventured deeper into the realm of Egyptian magic? What secrets lay hidden in the shadowy corners of forgotten temples? The energy crackles, inviting the curious to turn the page and step further into the unknown, where the lines between magic and reality blur, and the stories of humanity's eternal quest intertwine. In a dimly lit room, shadows flicker across ancient papyrus scrolls, alive with the whispers of long-lost incantations. The air is thick with the scent of aged ink and the palpable pulse of history, as though the very fabric of time is holding its breath. This space, tucked away in a bustling Cairo museum, is a sanctuary for those who seek to understand the mysteries of Egyptian magic, a world rich with untold stories and forgotten rituals, waiting for someone to breathe life back into its dormant essence. The tales of the ancient Egyptians, their gods and their magic resonate through millennia, echoing in the hearts of those who dare to listen. They believed that magic was woven into the very fabric of existence, a thread that linked the earthly realm to the divine. From the mighty pharaohs who commanded the Nile to the humble villagers who sought the favor of the gods, Egyptian magic shaped their lives and beliefs. It was a tapestry of spells, amulets, and sacred texts, each artifact imbued with power, each symbol resonating with the energy of the universe. As the scholar runs her fingers across the faded symbols on a scroll, a surge of electricity courses through her. She can almost hear the ancient voices, priests chanting in temples, celebratory feasts filled with laughter, the soft rustle of papyrus as secrets were penned under the watchful gaze of the sun. It is in these moments that the past seems closer, a heartbeat away from the present. Yet this world is not merely a relic of history. It is a living, breathing entity that pulsates with the potential for rebirth. As archaeologists and historians uncover more about these mystical practices, the desire to preserve and understand this ancient knowledge intensifies. The challenges are immense. Many artifacts lie buried beneath the desert sands, their stories waiting to be told, while others rest in museum collections, fragile and fading. Time is both ally and enemy, a relentless force that threatens to erase the whispers of the ancients. In the bustling streets of Cairo, a group of passionate researchers gathers, their eyes alight with fervor. They speak in hushed tones about the new technologies that could unlock doors to the past. Digital mapping, 3D reconstruction, and advanced imaging techniques promise to reveal layers of meaning hidden within the hieroglyphs. But the essence of Egyptian magic is not just in its objects. It lies in the stories they tell, the emotions they evoke. The researchers know that to truly preserve this magic, they must connect the artifacts with the people, those who still feel the echoes of ancient rites in their modern lives. As night falls, the team ventures into the heart of the desert, guided by the stars that have witnessed eons of history. The moon casts an ethereal glow, bathing the sand dunes in silvery light. They stand before the remnants of a forgotten temple, its stones whispering secrets of gods and mortals entwined. The air thickens with anticipation, the kind that sends shivers down the spine, as they begin to uncover the rituals that once took place in this sacred space. With every brushstroke of the archaeologist's tools, the past breathes life into the present. A shard of pottery is unearthed, adorned with symbols of protection and prosperity. A fragment of a once magnificent statue reveals the face of a forgotten deity, eyes glimmering with a wisdom that transcends time. Each discovery ignites a spark of hope, a reminder that magic is not lost, merely waiting for someone to rekindle its flame. The team realizes that the preservation of Egyptian magic is not just about artifacts, it's about keeping the stories alive in the hearts of the people. Workshops are organized in local communities, where elders share tales passed down through generations. Children gather around, wide-eyed and spellbound, as they listen to the enchanting myths of gods and goddesses, of creation and destruction, of love and loss. They are reminded that they are part of a continuum, a living link to the ancients. At the same time, a broader audience is reached through exhibitions that showcase the beauty and depth of this ancient magic. Multimedia presentations breathe life into dusty relics, allowing visitors to immerse themselves in the sights and sounds of ancient Egypt. The rustling of papyrus, the flicker of torchlight, the chants of priests, these elements come together to create a rich tapestry that transports people back in time, igniting a passion for preservation that transcends borders. As the sun rises over the pyramids, the shadows of the past stretch long, reminding everyone of the fragility of history. Yet there is a sense of urgency, a collective understanding that the magic of Egypt is a precious gift to be cherished. The dust of the desert is stirred by the winds of change, and with it comes the responsibility to protect and honor this heritage. In the quiet moments, as the sun bathes the ancient stones in golden light, the weight of their mission settles on the shoulders of the researchers. They know that the future of Egyptian magic is not solely in their hands. It is a shared journey. The hearts of people, those who walk the streets of Cairo, those who visit the museums, and those who study the past, are crucial to the survival of this magic. Together, they weave a narrative that transcends time, a bond that pulsates with life and emotion. New initiatives sprout like the vibrant flora along the Nile, where artists draw inspiration from ancient motifs, creating works that resonate with the essence of Egyptian magic. Music fills the air, blending the traditional with the contemporary, a melody that echoes the past while looking forward. These efforts foster a deep connection to history, inviting everyone to partake in the magic that once connected a civilization to the cosmos. As the researchers stand on the brink of a new era, they can feel the pulse of history quickening, the echoes of the ancients calling to them. The future of Egyptian magic is not a distant dream. It is unfolding in their hands. With every discovery, every shared story, they breathe new life into a world that has always been vibrant, always been magical. And as they look toward the horizon, they know this adventure is just beginning, a continuing cycle of discovery and reverence that bridges past, present, and future. The river of time flows onward, carrying with it the promise of more revelations, more connections, and endless possibilities. In the hushed corners of a forgotten library, dust particles danced in the shafts of light, each motes of history whispering secrets long buried. Here, rows of ancient tomes lined the wooden shelves, their spines cracked and faded, like the memories of those who had come before. A deep sense of longing hung in the air, resonating with the tales of civilizations that flourished and fell, their stories waiting, yearning to be told again. Among these relics rested manuscripts that had not felt the touch of human hands for centuries. Texts penned in languages that echoed the voices of scholars and dreamers lost to time. An unassuming scholar named Eliza, her heart pounding with the thrill of potential, pushed open the heavy door. The hinges creaked, and the smell of musty paper enveloped her like an old friend. She had spent years researching the forgotten languages of ancient cultures, piecing together fragments of knowledge that could reshape history. The thrill of new discoveries coursed through her veins, igniting a fire that had flickered for too long. On this day, she felt it, a charge in the air, a promise. As she roamed the aisles, her fingers brushed against the spines of books that seemed to hum with energy. What might she uncover? Perhaps a long-lost recipe from the Aztecs that could illuminate their culinary arts, or a forgotten account of the great library of Alexandria, its vast wealth of knowledge that had been consumed by flames, yet somehow survived in the shadows of other texts. In a dimly lit alcove, a book caught her eye. A leather-bound volume, its cover embossed with symbols that twisted into intricate knots, reminiscent of ancient scripts. Her breath hitched as she carefully lifted it from the shelf. The air around her crackled with anticipation. She opened the tome, revealing pages filled with faded ink that seemed to shimmer in the light, as if the words themselves were alive. Lines of poetry danced across the pages, their lyrical beauty speaking to her soul. This was not just any work. It was an emotional tapestry, weaving together tales of love, loss, and the human spirit. With each word she read, Eliza felt an overwhelming connection to the past. The voices of the poets, warriors, and philosophers surged through her, their hopes and dreams echoing in her mind. But what lay beneath the surface of these words? What profound truths had been eclipsed by time, waiting to resurface? Just as she was lost in this reverie, a sudden gust of wind swept through the library, sending a shudder through the walls. The pages of the ancient book fluttered wildly, and Eliza's heart raced. Something was awakening, something restless. She turned the pages with trembling fingers, and her eyes widened as she uncovered the mention of a forgotten artifact, a golden amulet, rumored to hold the wisdom of an entire civilization. Legends spoke of its power to unlock the secrets of the universe, a treasure that had slipped through the fingers of time. The mere thought of it ignited a fire of determination within her. She would not let the amulet remain a shadow of a myth. She needed to find it. Eliza could almost taste the tang of adventure on her tongue. It was not just about the artifact. It was about the stories that had been silenced, the people whose voices had been drowned out by the currents of time. Her quest would not be easy. Scholars and treasure hunters alike had chased the whispers of the amulet, but it remained elusive, taunting, and beguiling. As Eliza prepared to leave the library, she felt a weight in her pocket, the slip of parchment she had almost missed. It crinkled softly in her hand, bearing cryptic symbols that hinted at the amulet's last known location, a hidden cave beneath the sprawling sands of the Sahara, a place where the sun blazed mercilessly and shadows stretched like fingers clawing at the earth. The thrill of the unknown sent shivers down her spine. The Sahara was a vast, unforgiving desert, yet within its golden dunes lay the promise of discovery. Flickers of fear mingled with excitement. What dangers awaited her? What truths would she unearth? Each step drew her closer to the abyss of history, where echoes of the past collided with the present. As she began her journey, she imagined the countless seekers who had come before her, voices lost to the wind. Would she be just another name in the annals of those who dared to chase legends? Or would she carve her own path, illuminating the darkness with the light of knowledge? Days turned into nights as Eliza braved the elements, her body weary but her spirit unyielding. The sun beat down on her, relentless as she trekked through the sands that seemed to stretch on forever. With every grain that slipped through her fingers, she felt history pressing against her, urging her onward. Finally, she stood before the mouth of the cave, its entrance a gaping maw that beckoned her to enter. The air was cool and damp, a stark contrast to the blazing sun outside. Heart racing, she ventured inside. Shadows danced on the walls, and the silence was so profound it felt as if the very earth held its breath. Each step echoed like a drumbeat in her ears, resonating with the weight of countless stories waiting to be told. The cave opened up into a vast chamber, its walls adorned with ancient paintings, vivid depictions of rituals, gods, and the amulet that she so desperately sought. Eliza's breath caught in her throat as she realized she stood on sacred ground, a space that had witnessed the passage of time, a sanctuary for those who had come to pay homage to the knowledge of their ancestors. At the center of the chamber, a pedestal rose from the stone floor, and there, bathed in an ethereal light, lay the golden amulet. Its surface shimmered, reflecting her awestruck face, and in that moment, Eliza felt the weight of destiny settle on her shoulders. This was not merely an artifact. It was a key to a door long sealed, a bridge to the wisdom that had been lost to the ages. But as her fingers reached for it, a low rumble echoed through the cave, shaking the very ground beneath her. The past was awakening, and she was not alone. Shadows began to move, phantoms of those who had once sought the amulet, their intentions twisted by desire and greed. Their eyes burned with a fierce hunger, a warning to those who dared to disturb their resting place. As Eliza stood frozen, the air crackled with tension, and the weight of history pressed heavily upon her. Each heartbeat echoed like thunder, a reminder of the stakes at hand. The stories of the past surged around her, a tempest of emotions waiting to collide.